Hi, everybody. Good evening, good morning, or good whatever time zone you happen to find yourself in.
Yep.
Welcome to Fantasy Sauce. Yep. I am your co host, Cartographer Penelope. He's your co host, Razor Brownie, and Mission Control for the night. And you are our co host and lovely audience, the chat.
Audience.
Thank you so much for audience. I was hoping that would go unnoticed.
We notice everything.
Yeah. Thank you all so much for joining us tonight for this unique stream for Kerbal Space Program 2. We're gonna be trying some new stuff tonight, and we're hoping that people are into it. So yeah, I think we're gonna have a lot of fun. Razor's done a ton of work. He even made a little promotional video for this stream, so I'm super proud of him. Big props. And I wanted to do the quick reminder to everyone. Reminder, you can check out our Discord community in the link below. It's www.discord.com/fantasy sauce. We have a custom URL.
You don't have
I'm
to
gonna keep putting. I'm gonna keep doing it. You can also check out our VODs. We save all of our VODs on YouTube, and you can check out any of them from the last 30 days on Twitch. We save them and stream Monday through Friday, or Monday and Friday, not Monday through Friday.
Mm-hmm.
And if you would like to consider supporting us, you may always subscribe to our Twitch. Or if you would like, even you can do bits. Or you can do that Amazon Prime, Twitch Prime subscription. That's always welcome.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, without further ado, I think we're going to get right into it.
I have not finished my dinner. This is poor planning on my part.
It's okay, Mission Control. You can eat at your desk.
All right.
We're in. Remember, I can't. Okay, so I'm actually not going to be able to see stream the entire time. I think I can actually see chat in my OBS, which is something I cannot actually fix up right now. So that's.
If you want to just minimize OBS.
No, it's okay. I don't want to click out of it. I'm locked in this like I'm locked in a spaceship.
Okay. Yeah, let's just get started. If you want to go to single player and start your campaign.
Yeah, let's get this in. So we do exploration. We're gonna do normal. Everything I think is fine.
Let me just scan over it for a second here. Yes, that all looks good.
Okay. The fantasy sauce in space.
That works.
And then I'm going to do Kerbal Space Agency.
All right.
Razor can't stop me. No one can.
I wouldn't fuck with the flags too much.
Yeah, I'm just gonna pick one. Yeah, that one's fun.
All right. For those of you wondering, the reason why I'm in mission control over here and Penelope is the one at the reins is because I've played this game extensively, and so
yeah, this would not work if he was at the reins and I was in mission control.
Yeah. I would be very. I think this would be very uninteresting for anybody except the hardcore KSP fans, as it were.
Yeah. In mission control tonight, we have Razor Aldrin.
No.
Okay. I was trying to make a Buzz Aldrin joke there.
No, I'm a Canadian. There's a famous Canadian that I don't remember.
They're so famous. You've never even heard of them.
No, I've heard of them because they while I was in university, then they started as a professor at my university. But yeah.
Okay. Okay, so we're gonna go vehicle assembly building.
Hold off. No. Okay, so welcome to your first day at the Cobalt Space Program. If you could actually head to mission control first, if you don't mind.
Okay, okay. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Nope, that's.
Yep, that's where you want to be. Mission control is in there.
Mission control. Hey.
Yep.
I'll get a Kerbal praying that I won't kill them all.
All right. You're gonna click on the launch a rocket one.
Okay.
And this is your first mission. You gotta launch a rocket. All right.
Ooh, okay.
And get it at least 10 kilometers off of the ground.
Oh, that's easy.
Yeah.
I could do that in my sleep.
Should be pretty easy. The first few ones are easy, but trust me, this will not be too rife with terrible, you know, tutorial nonsense. Also, no, actually, it looks fine now. Okay, the mission control was really washed out for some reason. You're actually starting with a lot more parts than KSP1.
Wow.
Don,
Wow.
thanks for the subscription.
Oh, Don, thank you so much for subscribing. We really appreciate that.
Also, your notifications are doubling up with mine. So maybe let's get rid of those on your side, please.
I'll just jump out of OBS. Fuck it.
Yeah.
That's fine. Okay, so. Oh
Okay.
yeah, I love your little thing where you're in mission control. That's so cute. I didn't even notice that before.
Heck yeah! I worked really hard on this.
Oh, hang on.
Okay, so I'm gonna now. I will say you are our first engineer for the program, so we're kind of flying blind here. We're gonna work on your expertise. However, our science boys have given me a checklist. First off, I am noticing that you've already got a ship already put together pretty well. That's excellent. A few things to look at in the interface that our computer science majors have put together for you is some of the important things. So down at the bottom right, you can see the launch button. You can also see a number. Right now it says 1708 or 1700 meters per second.
Yeah.
Our science boys say that the higher that is, the further you'll go. So just...
okay.
Yeah, you want to make sure that that's good enough. The other thing is you're going to look for delta V. If you click the little bar beside your stages on the right side. There you go, and click it one more time. All right.
There we go.
So that's going to... you want to look for thrust-to-weight ratio. TWR, it's turned down to
4.58.
Yeah, so the only thing you need to worry about there, and that basically tells you how punchy your engine is when you're out of atmosphere, but when you are in atmosphere, that basically, if that's below 1, you're not getting off the ground.
Okay, so that's
you
below
can
1.
actually add more mass to this rocket and still be fine if you wanted to add more fuel. And then the other important thing is heat control, but apparently our R&D fellas have not given you any thermal stuff yet, and they're still working on that.
I love that for me.
Yeah, this will be fine. Maybe don't go super high then. If you don't burn all your fuel, that's fine. We're being funded by an oil baron. So
okay.
We can just write that off as a tax write-off.
I don't need any of this. Get out of here.
Yeah, actually, can you go to settings real quick and just make sure that you don't have the countdown enabled? Because I don't know if we actually sorted that out. Gameplay? Skip launch sequence is on. Okay, good. So we can leave that. All right, so now that you are in launch, I'm going to switch over to radio control. Just give me a sec.
Yep, get in mission control. Okay.
All right, so radio check. Can you hear me?
I can, but I can't hear any special radio effect on it.
Don't worry, that'll kick in.
There it goes.
Yeah, the radio signal is actually quite good since you're on the launch pad. Anyways, so a few things you're gonna need to keep in mind here. First of all, don't die. Yeah. Second of all, make sure that you have enough fuel to return if you're planning on returning, because if you run out of fuel while you're in orbit, that's a problem. Try not to get in orbit this time. Just probably a safety thing. You're aiming for 10,000 kilometers, so keep an eye on the bottom left there, your ground altitude. You can see that in purple.
Okay.
I don't believe I can actually see your cursor. Is there a way we could fix that?
Oh. No. Oh, yeah, there is. I can actually. Hang on.
Okay.
Give me a second. Hang on. Where is it? Okay, it's not in my host settings. It would be experimental? No. Gamepad, no. Hotkey, nope. Wouldn't be hotkeys. Network, no. No, I can't actually. I don't know how. That's okay. We'll be fine.
That's bizarre.
Hang on. Okay. Well.
All right. Well then, yeah. So bottom left and around your nav ball in purple, that's your altitude. Oh,
Okay.
To the left of your nav ball, that is your speed.
Velocity. Okay.
No, it's speed.
Well, it says velocity on it.
Um.
I'm hovering over right now and it says velocity.
Hey, Bill. What's the difference between speed and velocity?
Velocity is the derivative of speed.
Science boys are telling me that velocity has a direction, whereas speed is directionless.
Yeah, well, never mind. I'm losing this battle.
I mean,
all right.
If you want to argue with the science boys, be my guest. Anyways, below your nav ball, you can see readouts for your apoapsis and periapsis. We'll deal with that once you're in orbit, but just make sure your apoapsis is above 10,000 before you cut off your engines, and you should be golden for this flight. You can see the compass above that. That's the direction of travel in relation to the surface. We shouldn't have to worry about that. Below your nav ball, you can see two symbols in circle, RCS and SAS. SAS is basically going to keep you pointed in the same direction. If you turn that off, your rocket may spiral out of control. So keep that on whenever you can. Feel free to click on that right now if you want to. You're on the ground, so the worst thing that happens is you get a little bump on the head. You can see that
Bump
turned
on the
off
head?
all of the. Well, I mean, if the vessel falls over, yeah. We don't have a safety commissioner, so please don't do that. But yeah, turn on SAS for now. We want to keep that on. And then you can see that grays out your SAS controls over to the right of that.
Okay.
Right now it's set to lock. That's the little lock icon at the very bottom. That just keeps you pointed in the same direction that you're currently pointed in. That's going to be the default whenever you're not pointed in a specific cardinal direction. If you wanted to, when you got started, you could switch it to the up button, but it's not going to be particularly warranted since we're not planning on changing it, so they're both identical.
All right.
You can also see buttons for down, north, south, and then prograde and retrograde, which is forwards and backwards. Try not to click any of those buttons for this flight. We'll go over more advanced stuff later, but for right now, your goal is just to get your apoapsis a little bit above 10,000 and then cut off your engines and stage to come back down.
Roger, do I have permission for flight? Do I have permission to take off?
Do we need permission? Nobody knows. Just go for it. Oh, I think you might. Okay, so we're gonna send the recovery team. Just get you back.
Oh God.
So the problem, the problem that seems to have happened there is that you staged too many times and forgot that your thrust was at 0.
Well, how do I? Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Roger.
So you're gonna use Control and Shift on your keyboard to change your thrust value, or if you just want to go to max or minimum instantaneously, Z will go to max, X will go to minimum. You can play around with that right now before you've staged.
See, Control. This is exactly why we have staged requests for taking off into the night sky. All right, I'm going to.
We'll be sure to get on a process for that. We can't cancel the flight now. It's going to cost us far too much money. Just if you could,
oil baron.
Just remember Z and X. Z and X are going to be your friends here. When you want to stop going, just hit X. All right. Okay. And you're off.
Oh, that was a smooth takeoff, huh?
We've got you set up with a pretty beefy engine for the current weight of your vessel, so that makes a lot of sense. Your apoapsis is quickly approaching 10,000. Yep, you can cut it off there. Notice how it is slowly going down. That's just due to air resistance. It shouldn't go below 10 at this stage, so just keep an eye on your altitude, and you should receive a notification once you reach that 10,000. Just our system telling you that you've succeeded at your mission. Oh, right, the research system I see you found.
Yeah.
Excellent, yeah. We've beefed it up since our last iteration. You can now just transmit it all directly from one place. You won't need to transmit it, though, because you will be landing safely, hopefully. Speaking of which, you may want to stage and lose that extra weight. Don't worry, our buildings are armor-plated, so if that thing does hit one of our R&D buildings, people probably won't die.
Probably
you're going to want to
hit
hit the stage button one more time. Your parachute has not been deployed yet. There we go.
All right, deploying parachute.
And
do I need to record any observations right now? Do I need to hit anything?
No, you should be fine at this point. When you do land, though, before we recover the vessel, it would be nice if you could record some more observations when you get there.
You want me to record on the landing pad?
Or wherever you land, yeah.
Oh, okay, it looks like I'm about to land on the landing pad.
That's excellent.
Roger, mission control.
My name's Chris. It's not Roger.
Oh. Chris, mission control.
Thanks?
We're coming in hot. We just surpassed we just went underneath 4,000.
Don't worry about it too much. I've been told that parachute should deploy at 1,000. There it goes.
Ah, good, great.
Yeah. It just to save you from an extremely long and drawn out descent. The parachutes are tuned to only deploy below 1,000, though that can be adjusted if you ever have a need for it to deploy higher.
All right. Chris, mission control, Chris. Thank you.
Yep.
Mission control, I'm going to end up in some scaffolding.
All right, so I can see that you might have a bit of a difficulty getting out there. We'll send a crane. If you could, though, just hit the research or the science buttons before you get out, just so we can grab a little bit more data. And actually, is your hatch currently? Oh, you don't need to transmit that. We're going to be recovering the vessel with all of it inside.
I understood. Unfortunately, my hatch is currently.
If you want to just double check, hovering over the Bill Kerman. Okay, it is currently blocked. All right, we're gonna have to send someone out to get you. Go ahead and just hit escape and hit recover vessel, and we'll recover vessel. Yeah, don't hit revert. That will enable the time travel runes, and we'll have to start all over again.
Yeah, time travel runes.
Yeah, we've got a wizard on staff.
Oh, good, great.
Yeah, he's also worked in some time travel just so that you don't have to sit there and wait for however long it takes to get to the moon, or and we've been told that if we do ever get to the point of going to other planets, it could take years. So we'd rather if you didn't have to experience that in real time.
Will I still grow old when my children remember me after I come back?
We'll have to get the wizard to answer that question. He's currently doing drugs, I think.
Ah, good.
You'll want to head to mission control first.
Ah.
Hey, welcome back.
Hey.
Yeah, first successful launch. Honestly,
Yeah.
The oil baron is very impressed. He wasn't sure if we could get anything off the ground. Now that we can, we're looking at an even bigger budget. So yeah, if you want to, we've got some more missions for you, and if you want to head by R&D before you head back to the VAB, we can get you some more parts. They've been working on some fun stuff for you.
Roger.
But yeah, our next mission is to get you out of the atmosphere, which the atmosphere of Kerbal is 70 kilometers above sea level. Just for in
You
case you were
mean
wondering.
70, oh yeah, 70 kilometers. 70,
Yep, 70,000 meters,
meters?
70 kilometers. Yep, exactly.
Yeah, okay.
They're typically interchangeable. I see you've already gotten light launchers. Excellent. You're a real go-getter. If you want to just pick up whichever
Wow.
ones you feel like it, go for it. Otherwise, I might have a suggestion or two.
Oh, I'd love to hear your suggestions, Mission Control.
All right. You may want to pick up environmental science. Our current limiting factor is just how much science we can collect. So if we can add some science units to the ships that we're launching, we can pick up more science and thus accelerate things a bit. Beyond that, let's see. You got about 13. Probes is not going to be super useful at the moment. Aerodynamic and stability might be our next most useful item, just so that you can get some fins on there and a better reaction wheel. I would go solid fuel boosters, but we don't have enough man hours for that one at the moment.
Yeah. Damn, researchers have to go home sometime, I suppose.
Right. Oh, I also have just gotten an update. The wizard is also handling our catering right now. That's why he's currently not in the building.
Oh. That's not... Okay. That's... No. Why would you let him...
He knows a good Italian place, and we're not going to argue with him.
What?
It's not apparently since Bill was turned into a frog the other day, we've learned not to argue with the wizard.
You know, that's completely fair.
Yeah. All right, so your next
expecting.
step is to get out of atmosphere. That should be relatively simple. You're only going to need about 2,000 meters per second of delta V, so aim for that.
Oh, hang on, I forgot my stack decoupler.
Yeah, that is going to be important at this stage. Do you have any thermal management items unlocked yet? I'm not sure what R&D has given you. It doesn't look like it. There's no category for it yet on the left side. That's a bit of a shame. Which rocket are you currently using? Is it the swivel?
I think it's a swivel. Let me take that
Okay,
off.
perfect. And something you're going to want to consider when you get up to this stage is you want to make sure you have the rocket... you want to have some sort of control while you're in mid-flight, especially in atmosphere when you're going to be dealing with drag, right? So that'll either be gimbal on your rocket nozzle or using fins. Either way should give you control in atmosphere. Out of atmosphere, you're going to be relying exclusively on gimbal and your SAS reaction wheel, which is currently in your command pod.
Whoop. Yep. Definitely one second, Mission Control. 1 second.
That's all right. I'm just finishing my breakfast here.
Yeah. All right, Mission Control. I hope you've had a good and fulfilling breakfast. Before you lead me to my inevitable death.
I've had a single bite. I like
to
spread it out across my entire day.
Good.
So
good man.
You might want to throw some fins on there. It's good practice, even though we're only going to be going straight up and straight down. It shouldn't be necessary for this flight, but just to be on the safe side, let's add some fins. It's good practice, like I said.
Okay.
The science boys have just told me that whatever fin looks good.
Okay.
Oh, and yeah, symmetry mode. You've already found it. 4 typically is the most stable from our simulations.
Oh, I should be using control surfaces. Oh, these are adjustable fins. I'm fine.
They all do have like a control surface on them. It's just how big it is. Control surface fins are going to be bigger, so that they give you a lot more vectoring control apparently. I believe. Okay, I see you're stacking 2. You may be used to the old system. It does not require. It's multi-use, so you can use one as many times as you need.
Oh, excellent! I'm glad to see they've managed to make more than one beaker full of test fluid this time.
Yep. There's actually multiple science experiments in there too. They've really compacted the technology. So and on top of the goo, there's also like some extra stuff in there. I don't know why there's a squid in there, but you know what? Apparently, it gives good data.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I can't argue with research on that one. All right.
Either that or the science boys really want calamari for dinner tonight. Either way.
My TWR is 336. I'll get off the ground. My launch is 2,114 meters per second.
Nice. It's all looking good then. And you've got a decoupler. I think the location of your decoupler is good for this mission. Just bear in mind, all of your science will be automatically moved to your command pod. So if you ever want to ditch your science unit before landing, that you won't be losing the science.
Good, great, excellent.
Yeah. And I mean, you already found the transmit button earlier, but in cases where it's an unmanned flight, we can also just transmit that science without needing to get the vessel back to Kerbal. So for most science types, there are some that require being brought back, but we're not going to worry about that right now. I think you have everything that you need. You've got a parachute, which is kind of the most important thing if you're going to be flying on this thing. Otherwise, I hope you're very good at thrust-based landing.
Is there a way I can name this spaceship mission?
You can. Top right of the screen, you can actually change the name of the vessel. You can also save your vessel blueprint if you ever want to recreate it later. Though at this stage, I don't know if we're going to be reusing any vessels too terribly much.
Okay, well, we're calling this one the Star Stag because it's hopefully going to bring us to the stars, and we're going to bring us right up to the launch pad.
I'm also getting word that we've got some news agencies interested in the launches. So if I do get any questions from those news agencies, I'll be happy to forward them on to you when it's convenient. Either way,
awesome.
Switching to radio control. Good luck.
All right, radio check. You can hear me?
Yep, check's
all
good.
Right. A couple of things I want to point out now that this is your second flight. That science button over on the left is blinking. If it's blinking, it means that there's something that you haven't done yet. So keep an eye out for that, and that'll be good for more science. I see you've exited the vehicle.
Yep, I needed to make sure I could get out here.
Okay, please do not let go. There's no ladder that's been attached to this one, and we might have to reset.
I'm outside. Can I gather any valuable space data out here about how beautiful the sky is and this?
Our science folks are asking for surface samples, so you'll have to be on the ground if you want to do that.
All right.
You can do that when you land. One other thing before you take off, since we are going to go to... And just like in the VAB, one other thing you'll just want to be aware of is bottom right, you can click that bar to expand and show your thrust to weight ratio while you're in flight as well. So that's usually a good first step before taking off.
Roger.
Burn time is showing us 46 seconds, which is should be ample. Feel free to take off when you're ready.
Roger. 3, 2, 1.
You can grab science while you're in midair, so feel free to, now that we've got that Science Junior on board. It'll be useful to get that in atmosphere. Okay. I've been told that for each planet that we visit with an atmosphere, you'll want one at low orbit, or low atmosphere and high atmosphere, so make sure to grab those for Kerbal specifically right now.
It's saying that experiment for the region started in storage.
Yep, don't worry about that. When the button starts flashing again over on the left, that's when you can get it again.
Roger, roger.
Yeah. We've really made it a lot easier to actually see when you need to grab science. You can cut off your engines now. You're going to be going way higher than necessary. Don't forget, X is your friend.
Oh, yes, yes.
You want to get in the habit of doing that, because if something goes horribly wrong, that's the button you're going to want to press.
Mission control, I have doubled the distance I wanted to be able to go for this one. I am now hitting about maybe hitting about 50,000 meters. What was the projected distance that I wanted to be hitting for this?
Only
for this?
70,000, but that's fine. It just means you're going to be getting a bit more of a scenic view than usual. I see you've made it even higher.
Yes. Just want to make sure I could kiss the sky.
You can drop the lower half of your rocket now, since it's no longer necessary. And that it should be all the science that you need until you land. So if you'd like, you can give those time travel runes a shot. Just make sure that your parachute is deployed in case you forget to disable the time travel runes when you re-enter orbit.
Roger, command.
Oh, good. The automatic downsampling of runes is working correctly. You may want to disable those. Maybe you may want to disable those right now.
My parachute's not launching, command.
There we go. Yeah, no, you need the parachute will not.
Okay.
All right. Well, that was a terrible. That was an absolutely awful simulation. That's why we do things in the simulation, though. So that we.
I thought I was dead.
Yeah.
The simulations are so real.
Yeah. Seriously, we've got excellent computer science guys on staff. Just none of them know how to put together a rocket.
Good, great, excellent.
Okay. Do you want to give that another shot?
Yeah, no, definitely. I hit my parachute, but in the simulation, and I hit.
So I believe part of the problem there. Before you get started again, the part of the problem was that you went too high. So you had a lot of speed coming back down, and that meant that the parachute couldn't deploy because it was detecting the speed was too high. It won't deploy in unsafe conditions because it would just be torn off and be completely worthless anyways. So that's something to consider, I think, for this flight. If you could cut off your engine midway, once your apoapsis is above 70, let's aim for 75 kilometers. And then you can use that engine to slow your descent on the way back down if necessary.
Roger, mission control.
All right. Let's give it another shot.
Make sure to grab that science again.
How do I grab it?
Just push the button on the left side and it'll do it. That button will grab all the science from every possible part on your vessel at the same time for the current situation.
Roger.
Yeah.
Command, would you say this is one small step for a Hindran and one giant leap for Hindran kind?
Potentially. You might want to cut off your engines, though. You're already above where we were aiming for.
Okay, cutting my engines. I should.
Did you forget what I just told you?
What'd you forget? What did I forget?
No, engines off! Engines off! Okay, so you're probably going to be coming down really fast. Save the rest of your fuel for when you're on the descent so that you can slow yourself down.
Understood.
As soon as you get out of atmosphere, you're going to want to grab a little bit more science. Make sure to turn on, to activate those experiments. And I'm being told that the new policy is to avoid inspirational quotes until you are in coasting.
Why am I not going back down towards the ground mission control?
Notice how your apoapsis is 145, so you're only at 127, 8, 9 currently.
Okay.
You may also want to disable and re-enable your time travel runes, as it seems that they are currently stuck in planet mode. There you go. So now you can go a little bit faster if you need to. Okay. So you're going to want to burn now. Turn off your time travel runes. They won't automatically go to 1%. There you go. Give yourself as much time to react. Okay, so you've lost all your fuel now. Detach and activate your parachute right now. All right.
Parachute has been activated.
Here's hoping that we slowed you down enough for it to actually deploy correctly this time. Yep, there it goes. All right, that's good. Careful there. Seems that the time travel runes may have caused a little bit of an anomaly. Not to worry. Our boys call those space krakens, and they're usually harmless.
Mission control. My control pod is. My parachute is gone.
All right, you've just lost your parachute. If you right-click that parachute right now as quickly as you can and hit repack, you might be able to redeploy it. And then if you want to just hit the space bar again. And...
Okay, so that also simulation went bad. Like I said, remember, cut off your engine before your apoapsis gets too high.
Okay, that's very fair. Let's get back in there. Death felt a lot sweeter that time. I'm used to death, sweet embrace.
Maybe don't get too used to that. Our psychologist on staff has told us that's a bad thing. Also, if you could, actually, you know what? No, just focus on the flight here. We'll worry about science later.
Okay, so my this is my apoapsis. So I need to make sure this goes to 70, and that's it.
Go to 75 just because air resistance is going to be a little bit of a problem. And
does my apoapsis not consider air resistance?
No, and it does not, no.
Oh, because it's calculating it in vacuum, isn't it?
Yes.
Understood.
There's a reason for that. I just don't have it on hand right now. All right, apoapsis looks good. Save the rest of your fuel for the descent. You're going to want to burn it once you're back in atmosphere. Same maneuver as last time, though. Otherwise, you want to grab that science button before you get out of atmosphere. Perfect.
Mission control, when you say when I'm back in atmosphere, do you mean below 70,000 meters, or?
That is what I mean when I say back in atmosphere, yes.
Roger. I'll begin a controlled burn, a full burn, once I hit about 60,000 meters.
That should be good.
65,000 meters.
Right.
Sky stag over.
How's the view up there?
Kit C, it's a pretty great view of the cosmos. Sky stag over. I hope you don't mind the new nickname I've given you. Kit C, Kobold in the chair.
You know what? I'm afraid that it's going to stick. Everything's looking good. I'm glad that you've grabbed that science. That's a good habit to get into, since there's going to be a lot of situations where we're going to need to grab that. If you could, switch yourself to retrograde while you have the opportunity to, since that'll be useful for when you're on your descent. Retrograde is great for slowing yourself down, whether you are in atmosphere or out in space itself.
Roger, mission control. I've switched over to retrograde. Sky stag over.
The mics will always be live, so you don't really need to say over every time.
Roger that command. Sky stag over. Kit C, begun my descent. Sky stag over.
Roger that.
We'll be setting full burn once I hit about 60,000 meters.
I'm being told that it might be a bit more effective if you do that around 50 or 40, actually. Let some of your speed burn off and due to from the atmospheric re-entry if you can. It should make your fuel more effective. And make sure to ditch that stage as soon as it's empty. Perfect. Activate your parachute and maybe don't fuck with the time travel runes while you're in descent. So go to 1 times, please. Like I said, space krakens are an issue. If we can avoid them by not using time travel in atmosphere, that'd probably be for the best.
Roger. How bad are the space krakens?
We've had some tear apart ships in simulation. Who knows what it could do in real life?
Okay, I'm not in a simulation right now. Am I, Control?
Who's to say?
Oh,
the Matrix could be real.
Fair enough. Sky Stag over.
Looks like your speed is reducing at a good rate. Everything appears to be working smoothly.
Kitsy, this is Sky Stag requesting permission to land on the surface of Kerbal. Sky Stag.
There are no governmental bodies that we need to worry about here. You don't need permission.
Kitsy, I'm asking for your permission. Permission to land on the surface of Kerbal.
Yeah, sure, why not? And that's a successful parachute deploy. Excellent work.
Roger. I'm just going to bring the time travel runes up.
Yep, just make sure that those aren't active when you land. Again, space krakens.
Ah, very fair.
Better to lose a few seconds than to lose the entire flight. And I see that we've lost the Science Junior. That's unfortunate, but that's all right. We'll just grab that science another time. Make sure that you do hit that button over on the left. Yep, and we can get a surface sample while you're outside as well. You're gonna want to get on the ground though. You cannot do it while all your hands are full with the. There you go.
Excellent.
So,
I'll be calling. Oh.
What do you think about the surface?
This is a nice place to bring my family and kids. You know, I'll just bring them out here and just have a nice picnic one day. I'll point over here to this spot and be like, I landed right here. I was the first deer they ever sent to space.
I'll be sure to include that in the report.
Yeah.
All right, we'll send a recovery crew. See you in 4 to 6.
Yeah.
Welcome back. If you could stop by Mission Control, we'll just finish off the debrief, and let's get you a new mission.
Oh, hang on.
Don't worry about all of that. Carrie's just he's the intern.
Ah, very fair.
We try to ignore him. All right, so you can see now that we've got some secondary missions at play now. If we can handle both missions in the same flight, that would be most efficient. Save us some time. So for this next one, we're going to want to land in a body of water. Shouldn't be too hard. I'll just get you to point towards the east on your initial ascent. Oh, actually, it's the orbit mission. So we'll deal with the landing in water thing once we've established an orbit. That should be relatively easy. So let's head to the research and development building and let's get you some more parts.
Oh yeah, no, you're right.
As it stands right now, I wouldn't feel terribly safe in any vessel that doesn't have a heat shield. Re-entry has proven to be a problem. For that, we're going to go with survivability. And then if you want to add solid fuel boosters, that'll just give us some extra oomph on the initial ascent. Let's just hold off on that. Introductory construction, let's just see. The R&D folks have set this up to be fairly linear from left to right, making it a good idea to just double-check everything before you move on to the next stage. Doesn't look like there's anything in there that we particularly need right now, though. So we can hold off on that research until we've got a bit more... Actually, we've got a lot of opportunity for research right now. I don't believe we're going to be handling probes for a while, so we can hold off on that one for right now. Grab orbital rocketry, I think is a good idea, just so that we have a more efficient engine. And then what's light aviation down at the bottom? It's got a couple extra fins. Otherwise, mostly plane stuff.
Ooh, planes! I love planes. That was my purpose for enrolling in the Cobalt space program, was flying a space plane someday.
We'll be sure to get you some hours behind the stick of a plane. How do you fly planes? The controller of the planes, you know. Oh, I see. I spotted something. Specialized decoupling. It's got radial decouplers. Those are going to be very handy for making more non-traditional rocket layouts. Actually, we're pretty much able to unlock a bunch of stuff here. Reaction control system is going to be useful.
Should I unlock moon landing?
That one's a bit expensive, and we could get more bang for our buck at the moment from a few other researches first. Let's see, we got 55 left. Let's see. What does the small payloads give you? Nothing useful there. Basic trusses, nothing real there that we'll particularly need, I don't think. Yeah, same with that. Trusses are going to be more useful in larger spaceships, and as we get into those. We got a great trajectory for the program right now, it seems. I see you've spotted landing gear, and oh, we're almost there for the solar panels. Those will be useful for longer missions, but for right now, we should be fine with what we have for the missions that we currently have set up. So let's save the rest of that science for our next batch.
Roger.
So reminder, so our missions right now is primarily you're going to be getting into orbit. So this is where I want you to try and build a multi-stage rocket for this one. Different engines are useful for different things. If you check your engines and you hover over one, you can see below the name, it'll actually tell you what type of engine it is. Orbital, launcher, you can see. The solid fuel ones are exclusively for in-atmosphere. I would recommend only using those for initial takeoff. Since you can't change the thrust on those once they are activated. They will continue burning until they run out of fuel.
Roger.
That's why liquid fuel is still going to be your best bet. I would start with this rocket, build your final crew capsule, and then work your way down. So you're going to want to throw a parachute and a thermal management system on there. That's going to be in your utility section, is the parachute. It's the extra small one. Yep. I think for this one, you're also going to want to get the Science Junior on there as well, just so that we can get that surface science. It should be valuable for later on, but the descent last time has me worried about its survivability again. If we can get a second parachute onto your command pod, that will probably be sufficient. Yeah, one of those radial ones. Now, just bear in mind, this should be fine for this flight, but if we can avoid any asymmetrical weight on the on the rocket, then we should be fine for that. Also, don't block your escape hatch, otherwise you're going to have a bad time. There you go. That should be sufficient. It's a little ugly, but who said science was beautiful? The science guys are looking at me really oddly right now. I think they might be angry.
Don't worry about them. They're science guys.
Throw a heat shield on there if you wouldn't mind. It's that triangle-looking icon. That one. And that should be a survivable command pod. All right. Decoupler below that, and then you should be good for your final stage of rocket. Since the stages are numbered from bottom to top. I'm not a mathematician, but I feel like that's backwards. Yep, that looks good. You grabbed a decoupler, right? Not a separator? TD12. Yeah, that's a decoupler. Main difference is that a decoupler will stick to the bottom side, whereas a separator will separate from both sides. You typically don't need a separator. It'll be very rare that you need separators. All right, so this is going to be your top stage. This is going to be your orbital stage. So just make sure you have enough fuel to get it to even out your orbit. And then put the engine, the new one, the small one. Terrier, that's what it's called. That's an orbital engine. It's very efficient. It just doesn't have as much power as the other engines. So it's not so great for takeoff. Once you're in space, though, apparently you don't need that much power. I see you've opted to put a solid booster underneath your main thing. That should be fine. Just double check your delta V for that particular stage to make sure that you're not giving it too much. Or, in this case, not enough. You're going to want around 2,000 to get out of atmosphere. So that might not be a good bet. Yeah. Since we don't have a bigger solid booster, you might want to throw another liquid booster under that one, and then you can use those radial decouplers to add solid boosters around it. Actually, that would work too. No, I see what you're doing there. That seems pretty smart. Just make sure that you remove that decoupler at the bottom, otherwise it's just going to get in the way.
Hmm.
And are your solid boosters currently centered on those radial decouplers? Because I don't believe they are.
There should be an easy center button on these, I swear.
There you go. Some extra control stuff while you're in the VAB. If you... I see you're using your right mouse button already to rotate. If you use your middle mouse button, you can actually move your camera up and down. If you press and hold your middle mouse button, yeah, there you go.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that'll be useful for longer rockets that might not all fit on your screen at once. Also, if you middle mouse button click on a part, it'll center your camera on that part. I think you're already doing things really smart here. You're doing an excellent job.
Deer were meant to build rockets. This deer was meant to fly the rockets I build.
That's I think we made the right choice in bringing you in. Now, yeah, I see you're already working out your stages. Something you might want to do from now on is try to not keep your separation stages and your engine stages apart. You can reduce the number of stages and speed up your transition between stages by putting the engine activation and the separation in the same stage. Just like that. Yep, you got it. Same with your parachute. Those parachutes will automatically deploy when it's safe to do so, so you can kind of just rely on them to deploy when they're needed. So if you want to add the separation and the parachute together, you can do that as well. It's up to you, though, for that one, since I know that's your safety being involved there. That looks like a fine rocket.
All right, let's get into space.
If you want to hold off on that, we've actually got a union-mandated break coming up. But
I'm not union.
I get that, but otherwise, we don't have anybody to bring the rocket out to the launch pad, and so you're gonna have to wait either way.
I'll push it. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I can't push it. I'll wait for the union guys. Fuck it. I didn't know the Teamsters owned space. Oh, my hernia.
Actually, I'm just double checking this, and it looks really good. Yeah. The Delta V is gonna be pushing it slightly, but it should be fine.
What's my TWR on my second stage is 0.80. That's fine because I'm gonna be in atmosphere. Or I'm gonna be out of atmosphere, right?
Correct. Yeah. Exactly.
Hey, Yodi, how is it going?
All right, we're going to break.
I said it like a drunk mom. Hey, you.
Why a drunk mom?
Have you ever seen a wine drunk mom?
Oh, I see what you mean. Okay, yeah, that's fair.
Can Deer into space? Deer is best at space.
Deer has already been into space. We're working past that. You missed that part. We're now going into orbit. But first, we need to get to know Deer a bit more. So, Kerbal Forbes wants to know from the world's premier astronaut. What is at the top of your bucket list?
Hitting that moon. Gotta get that moon. Yes, I have spaced a little bit. We are planning on going to the moon before the end of the stream. Hopefully that won't be too hard.
I think we can manage it. The hard part is going to be getting it in one try because it'll be a little time consuming, and I don't want you rushing through it. But
Mission Control, Space Forbes Space Forbes wants to know. If you had one article of clothing you'd say is the best article of clothing for you, what would it be? What's like your diehard favorite article of clothing that you prefer out of your wardrobe?
My pants.
Okay.
I only wear one pants, and I just have I have multiple copies of it.
Fair.
I am.
You have a tail flap?
I am a cartoon character.
That's fair.
What was that?
Do they have a tail flap?
No, just a button. A flap implies that it won't always be there.
Oh, I see. That's fair.
It's a tail hole.
Yeah.
But for real talk, I actually do only own the one pair of pants. I just have multiple copies of it because I don't want to be bothered to choose what pants I'm wearing on a given day, and they're comfortable.
This would have been a perfect opportunity for that company to sponsor us.
What, Mark's Work Warehouse? I don't know if we're getting their sponsorship, considering that I don't think our audience is primarily in Canada.
Have you ever needed a new pair of pants in Canada? Tired of looking for pants that will accommodate your tail? Look no further. In Canada. Running out of the Tim Hortons and accidentally spilled a bunch of coffee on your pant leg? Don't worry. In Canada.
Drop by Mark's Work Warehouse and pick up some new pants. All right, hold on. One more rapid fire question. Shit, that one doesn't really work. Hang on, new one. What's your go-to snack right now?
Oh, fucking! I have a better question than that. Your questions suck.
Well, it has to be rapid fire.
Can you tell me about a childhood memory that you think is just super pivotal to you?
How is that going to be rapid fire?
I don't know. Just tell me a little bit about it.
What? Okay, childhood memory that's pivotal?
Something that's like if you would be completely different without that childhood memory. Like you would be a very different person.
I don't.
If they're in convention out the window, you're gonna tell me.
I have no idea. I don't think I have one.
Okay. I guess that's not really a very specific question, is it? It's not really useful if it's not specific.
I mean, God damn it. The only thing that's close to that I can think about is in high school that there was a pivotal point where I suddenly got this competitive drive to be as good as one of the other students at school, like improve my marks to their level. And then they moved to a different high school. This was like grade 10, and I was like, well, I'm already doing this. It's not that hard to just keep doing it. And so I just like that was the moment that I suddenly just became very good at school. Like my marks from that point on were like high 90s.
Nice.
I mean, it wasn't instantaneous. It was like I think I like built up to it, but it's not hard to continue that momentum once you've started it, at least from my experience. So that was mine. What was yours?
I guess mine would probably be when I went into wrestling. Like, I would be a completely different person if I didn't do wrestling. I'd be much different mindset. And I think I complain a lot about my wrestling stuff because like I didn't really after a while I was just like, this is really kind of meh. But I'm glad I stuck through it because I think I'm a very different person because of it, and I think some of it's for the better.
That makes sense. And I mean, for me would be karate, because I started that when I was like 8 years old and I finished at 18. So like it was very formative. But yeah, I kind of see your point. Anyways, let's get back to space.
Right.
All right, hold on.
We're going to be taking off in the Stardow.
The Stardow. Excellent.
Uh-huh.
All right.
Don't know why we got the tutorial stuff there again. Oh, do you want to go in the settings and just turn that off? Down at the bottom. And there you go. What was it called? Oh, it's already disabled. What the fuck? Ah, whatever. Don't worry about it.
Maybe disable my tooltips? No,
No, we want those. Alright, so, before you launch, zoom out a bit, and look to the west.
Look to the west. Hang on, it's the west.
That's the east. And zoom out as far as you can. You can zoom out way more than that. And like angle the camera up a little bit. There you go. See the ocean?
Yeah.
Alright. That's the direction that you're going to want to try and aim for on your ascent, because that's the direction that the planet is already... that's where you're going to naturally be easiest to orbit. So your goal is to tilt the ship over by about 45 degrees once you get to 10,000 meters. So not before that. Once you get when you're at 10,000 meters, you want to gradually do it up to 10,000. That make sense?
No, that makes sense.
Okay, that's called a gravity assist turn. Is what that's called.
Well, is my if I were to angle my rocket right now, is that?
That's to the right. That's to the right on your nav ball.
To the right on my nav ball. Got it.
Yeah, it will always be to the right on your nav ball. So it's going to be the D on your keyboard.
Okay, I'm going to take off, and then I'm going to hit. Once I hit 10,000 meters, I'm going to angle myself slightly towards the west.
Right, and keep it throughout this whole thing. Keep an eye on your apoapsis. You're not going above 100,000.
Not going above 100,000, Roger.
Right.
Going to take off. 3, 2, 1. Yeah, Cosmic Cervid. Cosmic Cervid is very great. Stardow. Cosmic Cervid would have been better. Damn it. That's the next one, Yodi.
Yeah, you got room for another one. Just focus on what you're doing here now. That's the important thing. You're gonna want to start tapping yourself over to the right a little bit. Just slow and steady. Maybe a little faster than that. You're already approaching 5,000. You want to get there at 10.
Hang on, I'm gonna disable my SAS.
No, SAS is not. You want SAS on. SAS is not hurting you here.
I'm trying to get more right, but it's not giving me.
That's all right. That just means that you don't have very much gimbal, and this is fine. Oh, these solid boosters don't have gimbal enabled. Drop your solid boosters. There you go. You should be able to gimbal a lot more now. Yeah, there you go. And remember, apoapsis below, you want to get to 100,000. Max out your thruster. You're not going to get there otherwise. There's very few situations where you want your thruster below 100.
Command, do you think this is enough west?
I think you're doing just fine. It's not a perfect gravity turn, but I'm not expecting it out of you right now. Your apoapsis just broke 70,000.
Roger. Holding for 100,000. Stardo out.
Roger that. You're burning fuel a little bit too fast for my liking. If you want to get to 90,000 and then cut it, that'll be fine for your app.
Roger.
Remember, use that Z and X keys, and those are going to be way more effective. You want to get in the habit. There you go.
I thought you meant 90% thrust. I was killing the thrust a little.
Oh,
for saving.
apologies.
No,
A lot
you're
of
fine.
numbers on screen. All right, go prograde for me.
Prograde.
All right. And then once you get out of atmosphere, we're going to go to the map screen. All right, welcome to the map screen. If you want to just close out of those page things, we don't need those. All right, so you can see your apoapsis there. If you want to click on that for me and create a maneuver plan, you're gonna click on the maneuver that just got created on the apoapsis. Yeah, continue, get rid of that. Click on that. You know what? We're gonna ignore that for now. You won't be able to do it while you're paused. Just start burning, full throttle. You're already prograde, so that should work fairly well. It's not going to be a perfect orbit, but that's fine. We can't expect it at this stage. Good rule of thumb is, and if you can see at the bottom left, the T minus beside your apoapsis. If that number is going down, it means that it's approaching. If it's going up, it means you're actually pushing it back. Right now it's going down. That means that this is going to be an iffy circularization of your orbit. We may have to fail the orbital mission on this one. Your engine's not powerful enough to circularize. Yeah, we're losing it. Kill your engine. We're gonna go for the water landing since it seems that your line is at least landing in the water. We'll get that science for this one. Point yourself retrograde for me. Thank you.
Roger. Making retrograde adjustment.
Right. Same as last time.
Same
Same as last time. You're gonna start burning. But if you look at the bottom right, you can see that your burn time is significantly more than last time, 1 minute and 40. So you're gonna start burning as soon as you get into below 70,000.
Roger.
And then as soon as that's used up, or if you get below 20,000, you're just going to drop that stage. Either or. So if you drop it before it's empty, cut the engine first. Otherwise, it'll continue burning after you've dropped it.
Roger. Command full burn or
Full burn once you hit 70,000.
Roger. Stardo. Kit C, is there any in-flight movies for this flight? If you say The Martian, I will crash this rocket into this flight center.
No, we do not have any in-flight movies. We actually don't even have any TVs in there.
What?
We'll get to work on some new command pods that include TVs for you.
Oh, good, great.
We didn't think these flights would be long enough to worry about it. You're approaching
Preparing
70,000
for-
now. Yep, hit it. And just as long as you're maintained on that retrograde and your engine is burning, that should slow you down a bit. Though now that we have heat shields, you should be fine on re-entry no matter what. Those heat shields are theoretically capable of taking a lot.
Theoretically or capable?
We have not tested them.
What do you mean you haven't tested them? What did you do for the heat shield?
I mean, Jeb had a flamethrower that he used on it. It seemed fine there.
Kitsy, you're telling me that research and development handed me what is essentially a piece of metal and said, "This will protect you from heat and harm." And I plastered them on the bottom of my rocket, and nobody thought to tell me that research and development has not actually tested this in a heat-appropriate environment.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Kitsy?
Sorry. I was just getting confirmation. It's not made of metal. It is
Excuse
in fact
me?
made of paper mache.
What?
You're approaching 20,000. Remember, cut your engine, then cut it loose.
Roger. When I hit 20,000, I will be cutting engine, cutting it loose. Hopefully, I won't die from the science fair project I have on the bottom of my fucking ship.
Well, thankfully we're landing in the water, which I've been told acts as a cushion below certain speeds.
I hate you, Command. Over.
I'll be sure to keep that on log. Rest assured, your parachutes are doing their job, and it seems that the paper mache is holding up. It really does look like paper mache.
It does look like paper mache. Look at that.
Cardboard.
Yeah.
Great.
It is biodegradable. I guess I'm also biodegradable because I'm going to be fucking smacking into the earth at approximately, what, 250 meters per second per second?
We've outfitted you with way more parachutes than you need. You'll be fine. I'm happy you remembered to avoid the space kraken attacks.
Yes, I'm very well versed in space kraken avoidance. Fish need to eat too. Fish don't need to eat me, Yodi. Fish don't need to eat me.
Yeah, I apparently fish don't like tin cans, so you'll probably be fine. Our on-staff marine biologist just told me that.
We have an on-staff marine biologist. We're a space center.
It wasn't always a space center.
Apparently, it was a Freddy Fazbear's fucking pizza. Hello? Hello? Fucking...
There we go. Make sure to hit the science button. Yep, you got it. And if you want to hop out, have a quick swim, and get a sample of the ocean, that'd be awesome too.
Roger, Command. Grabbing a sample of the ocean. I don't know why we can't just go grab a sample of the ocean ourselves. I mean, we've been there before. Have you ever been to the ocean, Command?
I have not. No.
I love that for me.
I'm sure you understand if we weren't capable of making rockets, our ship designs were also kind of awful.
All right, Command, can you send out a boat rescue?
Yep.
Coast Guard.
We don't have any boats, but just look out for a school of dolphins. And
Great.
They'll be there soon.
We've subcontracted Aquaman. Great. I feel so satisfied.
Okay. Welcome back. Why don't, since we got some research, let's hit our R&D and yeah, submit the mission, of course. Okay, head to R&D. Let's get you some more parts. So what was our issue there? Partially, we didn't have a powerful enough engine when we were in orbit. So we're gonna need to rebuild the ship with a bit more fuel and a bigger engine. Beyond that, I don't know if there's much else we need to unlock here. If you want to grab power management, those solar panels are going to be imperative once we get past a certain point. Like long-range probes, those things can sometimes have other useful stuff in them. We don't need to worry about antennas. All of the current equipment should have enough range to reach past the moon. The miniaturization is actually going to make it harder to fit it onto the ships right now, so we're not going to worry about that. Yeah, grab...
fair.
Oh, we don't have enough for moon landing. What's under basic docking? Just a docking port. And small payloads? Yeah, nothing there that's super... Oh, wait. What's that bottom thing? Oh, a multi-engine mount could be useful at some point. Let's grab that one. Why not? Seems like a good idea. All right, back to the VAB.
So is this... Wait, by the way, is this all of the available research that's
It's
currently
broken down
available
into 4 categories. You can see those 1, 2, 3, and 4 at the top.
Oh.
Yeah. We're only going to be worrying about category 1 right now because that basically encompasses everything from Kerbin to Minmus.
Okay, so we need more fuel. We need more power.
More power. Just because you're not comfortable enough yet with gravity assists to be able to do this with such a low power engine. Sometimes you have to design your vessel with the pilot in mind. Yep, you're designing pretty good right here. Same design as before. Throw a Science Junior under there. This will probably be the last time we need to do that because beyond this, we're not going to be worrying about science from our surface landings. At least on Kerbin. So it'll be way simpler once we eliminate that as a factor. Okay, so here's what we can do. Make it a 3-stage rocket.
Okay.
Instead, have your topmost stage be the Terrier still.
Do we need the Terrier?
You know what? No, build it however you want. Let's just do it this way. 2 stages is fine then. I would add a 3rd fuel tank though. A good rule of thumb I've been told is, if your thrust to weight ratio is 2 or higher, and if you aim for around 2 thrust to weight ratio, it should be pretty comfortable. So you just keep adding fuel until you get to 2, basically. Actually, that looks pretty comfortable right there. Was that a Reliant or a Swivel?
Reliant.
You may want Swivel. You want Gimbal.
Does it have any gimbal on the Reliant? It looks
No,
like
it
it's
does
got
not.
gimbal. There's no gimbal?
Yeah, hover over the swivel. Notice how it says engine gimbal and the other one doesn't.
Where does it say engine gimbal on it? Where is it?
In the blue section.
Oh, yeah, you're right. That doesn't have engine gimbal.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be able to navigate the ship.
The Reliant is slightly more efficient and slightly more powerful than the swivel, but you want the gimbal. And the difference is not significant enough to matter in most cases.
Roger. Okay, so let's add that in there, and then... Now that we've added more...
Adding a stage below that one is not going to be especially effective at this point. Since
you're right.
you don't have any more powerful engines than that. I would go 4, and that way it matches up with the amount of fins that you'll have.
Okay.
Another good rule of thumb is make sure your fins are in line with the cardinal directions of your vessel. So you may actually want to put your boosters at a 45 rather than where they're currently at. I think that's
so like right here.
Click it and double check. You can see it by the paint job, and you can compare it to the paint job. Yeah, you're good.
Okay.
Our R&D painted them specifically to make it easier to put together. That's a nice looking rocket. Aerodynamics. Yeah. And then you may want to graduate up to the small fin. Since it's a longer rocket. Actually, switch to control surface. Control surfaces and have more mobility to them, so you actually can get more turning out of them. Control surfaces are typically better for rockets than stabilizers, unless you're going with a 2-tiered approach. Are you having trouble selecting it?
Yeah, I am.
I wish we could see your mouse. Yeah, that's not going to help you. You need to be able to select it on the vessel itself.
Well, I think I hit a lock thing by accident. Hang on.
There are some glitches with this version of the design software. If you feel like something's not working that should be, just quick save and quick load. That solves most glitches. That's why we went to the trouble of binding that to an easy to access button, right?
Fair. I should probably be using that, yeah.
Yeah. And once we get into more complex like maneuvers, you're going to want a quick save before each maneuver. But that's going to be down the road once we're actually like on the way to the moon. That's when we're going to start worrying about quick saving for each maneuver. You're not blocking. Yeah, you're fine. Okay. All right, fins, and then this should be an effective ship. Yeah, control surface. You're on 2 axis symmetry right now. Go to 4. And the ghosts are understandably a little bit glitchy. Double check that. I think it's a little too low. It's not fully attached. Does that matter? Probably not, but fuck it. Just be safe.
That looks good to me.
Yeah, that should be an effective rocket.
All right. So cosmic servant. I like that. I didn't play with my stages. God damn it.
That's all right. You can do it mid-flight.
Okay, let's see here. This is not a stage. I don't need that stage. Okay, so that's all that. Good. Yes, that would do that, and then do that. Yeah, I'm gonna keep that stage separate. Fuck it.
All right, sounds good.
All right, full thrust, go.
Remember, like last time, you're going to want to aim to be at 45 around 10,000 altitude. Start gimbling over now. Yeah, those fins are giving you a lot more control. Go to full 45.
Detaching rockets now. Going to full 45.
Perfect. Your SAS will help you here. You don't need to manually adjust once you're there. Yeah, just stop touching it. There you go. Your SAS will do the job for you. Don't worry about it.
Launch command.
Cut engine. There you go. That's 100,000 meters. Very nice. All right, start building your maneuver. All right, so you're gonna the maneuver thing is a little different in this version. You're gonna want to click the node, and then you can click and drag. The green one is what you're gonna want. Keep drag it until you make a circle. And then stop. No, you have to let go of it for it. Okay, drag it more. All right, now check your periapsis. Zoom out. Check the proposed periapsis. Hover over it. Hover over the name. Okay, that needs to be above 70,000. Otherwise, you're going to go back into atmosphere.
Giving it a little more.
If you right-click the periapsis, and then it will lock it so that it's always on screen. Okay. This doesn't have to be terribly precise. Click prograde. Start burning now. You can delete that maneuver. It's not going to matter. We didn't have enough time to make it perfect, so this is just the easiest way to do it. Good news is your engine is powerful enough. You can see that the apoapsis T- is increasing. That's good. That means that you're pushing it further away from you. All right, stop. Cut your burn.
Cutting burn.
Okay. So now set up your maneuver again. Now you've had a bit more time. Same thing. You're gonna want to get used to this interface because it's all we've got. Our developers have heard the complaints about it and are doing something about it, but it's going to take some time. That's comfortable. At the bottom of the screen, bottom right-ish, you can see in the tools. There's one of those is your mission. Just double check what the elevations were. That one. Okay, we're within that.
All right. So what should I do?
We're basically within a minute of your burn, so I would not recommend any time warping. Once you're more comfortable, you can do little time warps to get to it, but that's going to be a bit dangerous. Just let the timer run down. Once it reaches T-0 at the bottom, then you'll start your burn at full throttle.
Roger. Got my hand on the Z key.
The burn timer assumes full throttle and the entire duration.
T- 15 seconds. 15
hold
seconds.
on. SAS control. Click that nuclear-looking icon. The chevron at the bottom. Nope, very bottom. That one. There you go. You'll want to be on maneuver SAS because sometimes it's slightly different from anything else, especially if you make a complex maneuver.
Roger.
A little early on that one, but that's fine. This is not a high risk burn. Just remember you want to hit it as soon as it calls out and to start, not before. On more precise burns, that's going to cause problems. Cut. You're good. All right, you're saving the rest of your fuel to get back. So you can hit the trash can beside your burn timer in your maneuver controller. There you go. And well, you're in orbit. Yeah, there's no science that you can do while on SAS, just so you know. It's much simpler than it used to be.
Roger.
And I just want you to know, if you accidentally hit the spacebar right now, you're not coming home.
Okay.
It's the biggest key on your keyboard, and yet it is also the most dangerous.
Switching over to retrograde.
Good call. And now, before you burn, you're going to want to choose your landing site. Preferably somewhere that you haven't been yet, so that we can grab some science when you land.
Roger. Let me take a look at my map. See what
You've currently been to the grasslands and the water, so if you see a desert, maybe try landing there. This is also an excellent time to create a maneuver for your burn. Yeah, go to your map. Your map will show you. I mean, you're on the dark side right now. Right-click the planet. focus. And then zoom out a bit. Jeez, a little too close. You're a little too close. There you go. So obviously you can't see the dark side. We don't have any maps for there, so you're just gonna have to accept that you can be on the light side. There's a big old desert there. Let's make a maneuver and try to land there.
All right. So how do I make a maneuver to that? Do I just?
You click on your line wherever you want the maneuver to start, and you'll be able to move it once it's created, so you can actually fine tune it. It's not the greatest, but it's better than nothing. Yeah, retrograde burn, exactly. Now you've got a lot of fuel, but that's all your fuel. So it's telling you can't use any more. And air resistance is not factored in here. So yeah, aim at the right side of the desert. That way, as air resistance hits you, it'll push you to the left.
Roger.
That looks good.
Switching over to maneuver.
You've already gotten into a good habit. You want to switch to your maneuver before you time warp, because you don't know how long. And for some vessels, it might take a long time to rotate.
Roger. This would be.
And hold up. No, go to 1 times. On your burn timer, there's a little fast forward button. Press that. It'll automatically cut off the time warp before you get to your maneuver. So it's much more reliable. This is not as high a risk as some future situations will be, but there will be some situations where if you miss your time warp. Yep, what's up?
The spin of Kerbal has made my landing point a bit different.
That's all right. Click on your maneuver node, and you can just click and drag it. Not while you're paused, though. It won't let you. You're going to want to... Yeah, there you go. Yep. There you go. Yeah, the rotation of the planet is something you're gonna have to factor in a little bit. Thankfully, the rotation is in the direction of your travel, so that's gonna actually help you. You may want to go a little bit further to the right. That's good, because the planet's still rotating, so with that and air resistance, you want to give yourself as much runway as possible, you know?
Yeah, roger. -15. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Beginning controlled burn. Numbers look good.
You're going through all your fuel, and that's all that you need. All right, you're good. That's
dropping.
You have no more fuel. You're just gonna ride it down now. Set yourself retrograde. Oh, you already are. Well, almost. Set yourself retrograde and remove that maneuver node. So trash that. Yep. Because retrograde's gonna point your heat shield in the direction of travel, which is important. Your parachutes are not currently set to automatically deploy, so just be aware of that. You'll need to manually deploy them.
Roger. Going to be deploying parachutes.
No, don't worry about it yet. You want your heat shield to take the brunt of the force. Save the deployment of your parachutes until you're at 10,000.
Roger, come in.
Turn off your time warp. You shouldn't be using it when you're on re-entry. I know you're in a rush, but you shouldn't be in that much of a rush.
Roger, come in. Kitsy, making my descent. Heat shield's holding up okay. Parts holding up okay.
Good.
Desert looks beautiful from up here, over.
That's weird. Deserts aren't very beautiful. It's just a lot of dirt.
Sub 25,000 meters.
Once that heat cone goes away, you are safe to deploy parachutes, but you shouldn't need to until about
So-
10,000.
Sub 20,000 meters. Sub 15,000 meters. Sub 10,000 meters, deploying parachute now.
Speed is good.
Parachute successfully deployed. Cosmic Servant is making a good landing.
Roger that.
Kitsy, how copy?
We're copying good. Everything's coming through loud and clear. We have a good read on your location. The sandworms are on their way.
Well, I was about to say to have my wife cancel my insurance policy, but you mentioned the sandworm, so she's probably not the best idea.
I would agree with that. I'll be honest, there is still about a 1% chance that that tin can could explode at any moment, so why don't we just keep that for now. In addition, once you do land, if you could get some science and get a surface sample before our recovery team gets there, that'd be excellent.
Roger, come in.
I'll be honest, I think the R&D team is getting a little bit tired of us giving them jars of dirt, so this will probably be the last time we'll be doing that.
I'll find new and exciting ways to give them jars of dirt. Or
if we could get them jars of space dirt, that would probably improve their mood.
them and me both. Them and me both.
F is your grab button. All right. We are safe to recover.
Very good. Jeb is proud of me.
All right. Mission control first, debrief, and then head to R&D. We should be close to heading to the moon. There it is.
Roger, mission control. Moon or bust?
Double check that. Oh, that's just an orbit around the moon first. Gotta take things one step at a time. And what are the other two?
Science Junior. The
We've
vessel
already done that, but I don't think the admin has all. I don't know why the admin is asking us to do that again, but let's just do it again.
Kerbal.
We've also already done that. I guess we lost the footage.
Yeah, I guess so. So weird. I'm grabbing moon landing.
Yep.
Power launchers. Ooh.
We'll want to get that at some point, but not quite yet. It's fine. We're not at the landing stage yet. All right. For this one, I'm thinking we're gonna want to put a probe around the moon rather than fly you there, just because that's going to give us a relay when you're on the dark side. I don't believe there's anything else that we particularly need here. All right.
How will I be launching a probe exactly? I'm not used to this sort of thing.
That's all right. I'll walk you through it. It should be basically the same thing, except instead of you being seated in the rocket, you're going to be seated at the control panel here in Mission Control. So first you're going to select a probe core. They're largely the same, but hit shift just to identify if there's any differences on those.
Okay, so I'm assuming the Stay Putnik is the basic one, so
yeah,
we won't be using that.
We're not going to use that one. It's made by the Russians, and honestly, we don't know if it's actually a spy satellite.
It's ComNet.
So the ComNet distance is the same for both. The only difference that we're going to see between these two is one has a bit more torque than the other, and they also use a little bit different electric charge, I believe. Hover over the two of them again. Bounce between them. Actually, they use the same electric charge. Just one has a little bit more torque. So it really depends on whether you want it to be an octagon or a hexagon. That's your
hexagons are the bestagon.
That's all right. That's your geometric choice. All right, so there it is on screen. Oh, it's already there. You're up. There it is. All right. So that's your probe core. That takes the place of your command pod, so you won't need it. Beyond that, it's mostly the same construction, except you're going to design this with the intention that it's not coming back.
Okay.
Yeah. It also makes it a lot lighter than it otherwise needs to be, so that's going to be good for you. Check your payload menu. Do we have any payload options? I think at the middle. We do. So that's going to go... No, that's going to go underneath the... and you're going to want to use the small one, because we don't have any extra small stuff to attach to it. So, actually, let's build the probe core first, because it's not fully where we want it to be yet.
Okay.
So, first, build it as it's going to sit as a satellite. So, there's a few things that a probe is going to need. First, it's going to need a source of power. Right? Yeah. And secondly, it's going to need a communications antenna, but it does have one built in. It's just a matter of whether it's powerful enough. That's a bit big. You don't need one that big. It's not going to use that much power. Just throw 3 of those on it, and it should be fine.
Can't I design it like I would a satellite, like with the solar panel sticking out the side of it?
We're still working on folding technology. However, we haven't been able to hire an origami artist yet, so we're still working on that.
Beans.
Yeah.
That sucks.
That said, that should be fairly effective. Having it on multiple sides means that whatever direction it's facing, as long as the sun is within view, it should get some power. Throw one of those dish type ones, because they've got a bit more distance. The other one, I think, is better. That one's got a really long arm, and it's confusing. If you rotate it, it should snap to the center of the top. Pull it away from the thing. Rotate it until it's oriented correctly, and then there you go. Now it snaps. All right, and then for maneuvering it, so it's not just dead in the air in space. Once you leave it there, toss a little fuel tank and a little booster on that thing. That's not very little. There you go. Oh, we don't have smaller fuel tanks yet. Shoot. I'll get R&D working on some smaller ones. In the meantime, maybe we just ignore that for now. We don't need to have big aspirations for this one. It can sit there as space junk, or you know what? I'll get Bill to add a self-destruct button to it, so that we can just detonate it if we don't want it anymore.
All right, Roger.
Okay, so the next thing you're gonna want to do is you need to add a fairing around it. So that's going to be in your payload section. And that's going to be that one. Yeah, the small one. The small one. No, that's the cargo bay. Fairing. Yeah. Okay. You're gonna need a way to detach it from the fairing, though. Actually, so add a coupler between the fairing and the thing. Yeah, that'll work. The physics don't make total sense, but it's fine. And then hover over the fairing, and you'll see a little wrench. Click that, and now you can actually design the fairing itself. That's going to go around it. So use the arrow to move the fairing, and then if you hit the plus, it'll add a new section so that you can make it more multi-dimensional. You'll actually want to, that first stage, you'll make it shorter and flare it out, because it needs to get past that coupler. Otherwise, it won't build. You'll probably want it shorter, otherwise it's just going to be a big wind catch. Try to match the shape of the interior so that it's not bigger than it needs to be.
Like this?
You know, just build it however you want.
Well, how do I do it? You're explaining it.
I mean, honestly, it's just a matter of personal preference. I should.
Well, this is fine then, right?
Yeah, that's just, well, you need to make it more of just than a single shape, and like actually make it into a cone. So it's going to be multi-segment, is what I'm saying. You have to push the plus button to make a new segment. Yeah, there you go. And then drag the new segment, and then add a new one and turn it into a cone. Is that a cone? That's more of a funnel.
Yeah, the top hat. Oh, wait, like a cone. Okay, wait a minute. I see what you're saying. Hang on. Like this, right?
Yeah, exactly. And then hit the OK button. There you go. So what that frame will let you do is once you're out of atmosphere, you can deploy the fairing, so it will eject all of that fairing and reveal the satellite inside.
Okay, so then now I can put a stack decoupler on this right here. Oh, wait,
you won't need to. Yeah, you won't need to. It's already on the inside. So now just build a rocket underneath as you normally would, but with the understanding that this needs to get to the moon. So you're going to need even more fuel, especially on your upper stage.
You mean my first stage or my later stage?
The later stage, the last stage. Actually, this is a good time to showcase a tool that our software boys have made. If you click in your toolbar at the bottom right, one of them is a trip planner. Bottom right. Yeah, that one. So you can calculate the approximate delta V that you'll need for a trip. It's going to be a one-way trip, and change the to moon. There you go. So that's how much delta V you're going to be aiming for with this vessel.
Okay.
I'm going to aim for about 5,100. Honestly, you should go more because that's assuming close to ideal. And we want to add in some room for error. Now, I see that you're already adding those in. You don't even have a rocket attached to the bottom of it yet.
But I thought this would be fun.
I mean, sure, do that if you want to. As long as it flies.
I could do this.
Okay, that's a solid fuel booster, which means that you won't be able to turn it off.
Yeah, I was just gonna.
Okay.
I was just gonna shoot this thing into space and hope for the best.
Uh-huh.
I don't know what you want for. Give me a hint here. I've actually I'm stumped on this one.
Okay, so the order of operations when you fly this thing is you're gonna get it out of atmosphere, then you're gonna get it orbiting Kerbal, right?
Oh, okay. So
once it's orbiting Kerbal, you're gonna then transfer it from Kerbal to the moon, and then you're gonna orbit the moon. That's the order of operations, and that's typically how the order of operations will always work for most transfers from one travel to a different planet or whatever. Now for this, you may want to create multi-stage. So have a top stage that's using the super efficient engine, and then below that, the more powerful engine. Because once you're in orbit, it doesn't matter how powerful your engine is. You can just burn as long as you need to, in most cases. Yeah, just like that.
Right. So I'll stick a Reliant on there then.
Sure.
Now give me...
You're already looking good for Delta V, but you're going to go even further because you want to have some room for error.
Even further beyond.
You're probably going to need 4 of them, yeah. I don't think that's... Yeah, that's not on the right... There you go. Okay. And then, yep, solid fuel. Looks nice. Those cones are great. Love it. That's a bit high. You want that as low as possible while still being on the fuselage. It's like right at the bottom. Because it gives you more leverage than the closer to the bottom it is, so it's more effective. And with a rocket this long, I'm gonna get you into the habit of adding a second pair of stabilizer fins at the top of the rocket. Because when it's flying through the atmosphere, this sort of rocket, if you angle it too much, it will actually like start flipping. But with 2 sets of fins, and it will keep it stable. So the top ones don't have to be that big though. If you want to go the extra small as you can, that'll save you weight and a little bit more delta V.
I don't want to do an adjustable fin. I want to do a light stabilizer though.
They're equivalent. It's just one smaller than the other. You don't need big fins for the top part. You just need a little bit. Yeah, that's fine. That'll help save you from flipping around if you overcorrect too much in atmosphere. Looking pretty good. The last thing you're going to want to do, make sure that fairing... actually, it won't matter for where you're at right there. And one other thing you can do, if you hit the little gear cog beside one of your stages, let's say the bottom one. Let's do the bottom one. You can change the parameters that it's calculating in. So atmosphere for the first stage is a good bet, just so you can see how much actual delta V you'll get due to the difference in engine performance depending on whether you're in atmosphere or in vacuum. Because engines perform differently whether you're in atmosphere or in vacuum. That's the reason for that. All right.
Okay, everything's looking pretty good.
That does look pretty good.
I didn't name this one. Unfortunately, it's a soulless machine, so it doesn't get to be named after the glorious deer.
Fair enough.
Okay, so hang
on.
So where's the
exact same ascent idea. You're gonna tilt yourself off to the right to aim for about 45.
Roger.
A little fast there. A little fast. All right, you're looking good there. You can just hold it there. The great thing about probes is that they're typically lighter than an actual manned craft, so this should be way easier to fly.
Command, I'm hearing you very crystal clear for some reason. It's almost like you're in my ear.
Yeah, we're sitting right next to each other. Did you forget?
What? Oh, yeah, that's right.
All right, remember, Apoapsis, you're aiming for around 100,000.
Apoapsis 100,000.
Yeah. This time, what I'm going to get you to try to do is start angling to the right even more when you get to around 25. Maybe let me finish my sentence before you start pushing buttons.
Sorry.
All right.
Is this fine?
Start angling more to the right. Try to get to like that last notch before the actual horizon. The reasoning behind this is that the physics of a gravity turn, it's more efficient the closer to the surface you turn. You're using less fuel that way to get into orbit. Remember, your SAS is going to hold you wherever you point yourself, so you don't have to keep pushing the button.
Roger, Command, this is Soulless Machine.
Apoapsis is approaching 100.
I know, I see it.
All right. Start setting up your maneuver.
Let's see.
You should have a lot more room now due to that gravity assist being much better. Get the other side to 100 as well for this one. You want your apoapsis and periapsis to be close to the same number. The more circular your orbit is, the easier it'll be to get to work with the moon. All right, check your apoapsis. It's changing.
Hmm.
Stop. 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 Check your apoapsis.
Apoapsis.
No, the one on your maneuver, the orange one on the screen.
Oh, the orange one.
Yeah.
I thought it was staying the same. Is it not? Okay.
No, look in the middle of your screen, just above the middle of your screen. See that Kerbal app?
Yeah.
Right-click it. Okay. Now, and what you can do right now, instead of adjusting the burn of your maneuver, just change the location of your maneuver, and you'll see the apoapsis and periapsis adjust. If you pull it to the left, and then you'll actually want to reduce your burn a little bit, because that's not doing it.
What? I don't. Wait. Hang on.
So,
what do you mean?
Okay. When you click the maneuver node, you're gonna pull back on the green one rather than forward. Okay, stop. So you're just trying to balance the two numbers now. So now move the node forward a little bit more to the right. There we go. Stop. That looks pretty good. 98 and 100.
Okay.
Is that an 8 or a 0? 98?
98 and
Yeah.
100.
Yep, perfect. So now point yourself towards your maneuver and get ready to use it. Actually, go back into flight view while we have the time. Once you're out of atmosphere, those fins are worthless. So them oscillating like that is just adding vibration to your vessel. Right-click with the fin. And advanced controls. And turn off your pitch, yaw, and roll. There we go. Just make your craft a little bit more stable. Also, if you want to right-click your fairing, you can lose it now. Yep, that one. And jettison. There you go.
Oh shit.
No, that's fine.
Maneuver in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Burning.
Good burn. That was a good start. Exactly on time. Check your burn a little bit more. So if you now perfect 100 and 103. You can see at the bottom left. So your apoapsis and your periapsis are at the bottom left of the screen.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay,
Don't
so
worry about the maneuver once you're actually in the maneuver. Just focus on those numbers for these sorts of things. All right, you can delete that maneuver. All right, you are in orbit. You can relax now. So take a look at your resources. For your fuel, you're basically going to be immediately dropping the stage that you're on in your next maneuver. That's fine. The maneuver calculator will take that in consideration. So you don't have to worry about that. Before you start making your maneuver, let's take a second to check everything. Your power is going down. Without power, you're going to be limited on what you can do.
Where's my power at?
Top right-hand corner. Because it's a probe, power is a necessity. If you run out of power, you're going to have to wait until you get power again before you can rotate the vessel or do things like that.
Gotcha.
So, this might be a situation where we're going to try and do this maneuver on the light side of the planet. However, we might not have that luxury because the moon is currently in movement, right? It is always moving. So, in order for you to hit it, you're going to have to intercept it. That's why it's called an intercept.
Okay.
All right. So create a maneuver and start by just getting it to the same distance as the moon's orbit. Actually, before we do that, right-click the moon and set target. Okay. Yeah, that should be fine. I don't think your angle is necessarily that bad right now. You should still be able to hit the sphere of influence. Okay, you're gone way too far. You've gone way too far. Change your view so that you're looking at it more from the top down. You want to be able to see the orbits a bit more clearly. There you go. Okay. Now adjust it until your apoapsis is hitting the moon's line. The moon's orbit.
The moon's orbit. Okay, so hang on. So that's my new apoapsis, right? Over here?
No, you're looking at the line. This is all visual. Don't worry about the numbers. Just look at the line and turn it back into an orbit first of all. Your current maneuver has you going out into deep space, which you don't want. It's still way too big. There it is. Okay, there you go. So you want your oval to just be touching the line that the moon is on. Right?
Okay.
So that's how it is right now. You can see the moon's orbit, right?
Yeah, I can see it. It's
okay.
This right here.
Yeah. So now what the interface is showing you, because you're close enough that it assumes that you're trying to go for an intercept. You can see these new icons showing up on both your orbit and the moon's orbit, the yellow and the orange ones respectively, right?
Okay. Yeah.
So the two yellow ones that have a 1 beside them, that is intercept 1, and the 2 is intercept 2. We're just going to worry about intercept 1 because we're not going to... This isn't that complicated. So you need to get those 2 points to be on top of each other in order for you to actually get an intercept. So now, instead of touching the green, you're going to actually move your maneuver because you can just rotate it around the planet to find the spot that those will intercept. Hold on. You had it there, so stop. Release it. So see those new symbols that showed up? The one that looks like a triangle approaching and leaving?
Nope. Triangle approaching.
Yep. Close to where the moon is.
Close to the moon is. Okay, the moon's over here.
I wish I could see your cursor because I don't know actually know where you're pointing. Look at the orange line. Look at the orange line.
Orange line. Okay. Orange line.
Yeah. So follow it, and you can see there's one point where a bunch of symbols are showing up.
This
right.
So it's over here, right? It's like right near where it says Moon PE.
Yeah, exactly. So that's telling you that projected line will intercept with the moon.
So then this is a good maneuver then.
This is okay, but if you look over towards the moon, you can see the circle, the like faint circle around it. That's its sphere of influence. You have to get into the sphere of influence in order to be captured by the moon, basically. In order to that's if you're not hitting the sphere of influence, you're not intercepting. So you were intercepting. Now you want to just get it closer to the moon because we don't want to be far away from the moon. We want to be closer, and it's easier to do that now rather than once you actually get to the moon.
Okay. I'm having trouble getting it on just rotating. I'm gonna give himself a little bit more of it.
No, you don't need to touch that. Just deal with rotating. Okay, which part of the screen are you looking at right now?
I'm looking over at the top, like up near the top here.
So
where my orange line is connecting with the moon's orbit.
Okay, look at the top right. You can see the orange line being projected in relation to the moon. It's just a little bit there, but if you drag your thing around, you can see it. See it?
Yeah, I see it.
So around the moon itself on your screen, that's the one you want to be adjusting.
Oh, okay. So then...
Yeah. Check your mission. Is there a specific elevation that we need to be at?
2,400.
Less than 2,400 kilometers, and a periapsis. Use the scroll bar because your scroll wheel is too. There we go. Periapsis greater than 60. Okay. So just if you hover over the moon periapsis, just get that between 60 and 2,400 kilometers. So that shouldn't be too hard. Maybe aim for like 100 or 150 kilometers.
So like this periapsis over here, right? Like
yep, that one over there. Yeah, it's right now it's at like 10 or 19 or something.
Yeah.
And you want it to be on the right side of the moon. The direction that you're orbiting a body is important. Because the rotation, it'll be more important for when you're landing on it, but it's a good habit to get into for right now. This is practice for you, basically. Every mission is both practice and actually doing something, right?
How about 127?
Yeah, that's comfortable.
Okay.
All right. And this is only part of the battle still, because once we're intercepting the moon, when we get there, we need to then slow down so that we're orbiting the moon. But that's the next step after this one. So you've got a good maneuver in here. Now, accuracy with your maneuver is going to be more important here than it was before with just circling Kerbin. Because if you screw up your accuracy, you might have to do a bunch of costly correction burns to hit the moon. All right.
Okay.
So just try to be accurate. It's better to cancel your burns slightly early than slightly late, because if you cancel it early, you can just do like low power burns to fix it without having to turn around. All right.
Okay.
Anyways, point yourself maneuver word, and if you want to execute that, you can. Just remember, you're going to hold on. Stop doing that. Okay. Point yourself maneuver word, because you're not pointed there right now, and it might take you a few seconds, which you don't want to be doing seconds before the maneuver.
True.
Actually, you are rotating very slowly. We didn't give you an RCS wheel. That was a mistake when we built the vessel. So the only thing that's rotating this is the tiny RCS in the probe itself, which is hard for such a heavy vessel. That's fine, though. It'll just take a moment to rotate. Time warp won't help you when you're rotating. It'll just stop the rotate, so you just have to live through this.
Okay.
And then the other thing you're going to need to be aware of is once you start burning, you're going to basically be immediately dumping one of your stages. So make sure that you're on top of that once you start burning.
Got it. What's my command ship doing?
It's rotating towards the maneuver. This is why we do it before we time warp, right? Otherwise you would have missed the maneuver point.
Oh, I see it. That's where the maneuver point is.
Yeah. Part of the problem here was we didn't give it a stronger RCS wheel as a supplement to its existing RCS wheel. So it's too heavy for the RCS wheel to turn very fast.
Is it going to be capable of making that maneuver?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Otherwise, the system would have told us otherwise. We got lots of Delta V.
I mean, facing towards where that needs to be on the nav ball. It looks like it's not
engines.
Oh, there it is. I see it. There it is.
It's pointed towards it now. You're good.
Okay, good.
You're in the right direction. So now you could time warp, but you're only a minute away from it now, so you probably don't need to.
That's okay.
Okay.
Let's move in there. Let's get in there.
You can also see on the burn timer in that progress bar at the bottom, it actually shows 1 and 2. That's telling you that you're going to stage midway through. Just don't worry about that. Just as soon as you hear the engine stop, you're gonna switch. You're gonna drop the engine and switch to the new one.
Gotcha. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good. Zoom out. You want to be watching your destination, not where you are, because you want to know where that line is pointing.
Looks like we're good.
Yeah, the blue line's moving slowly, but that's normal. You've got a very low power, high efficiency engine.
I can kill this maneuver now, right?
No. Keep it.
Okay.
That'll give you an idea of when you need to start paying attention again. Because I'm not gonna
stop paying attention. Good point.
I'm not gonna say I've had burns that have lasted 10 minutes before. Although I'll admit those are I try to avoid those these days because having such a low thrust to weight ratio is garbage. Anyways.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2,
Stop.
1.
All right, you were too late. That's why we watched the line.
But I was following the timer.
Don't follow the timer. Watch the line.
Oh, begin.
The
So
timer might sometimes be a little inaccurate. All right, cancel your burn, and now you're going to do some manual adjustments to your line.
Okay, so I can delete the timer?
Yep, delete the timer. Okay, so now you're going to look at your blue line. First off, make your life a little bit easier. Right-click the moon. Focus on the moon. Okay, there you go. So now what you're going to do, without moving away from the map, you're going to change your direction of that your rocket's pointing and do a few burns. Now, you've overshot here, so turning yourself around is the best. So which direction are you going to point?
Retrograde.
Yeah, go for it. And it should turn a little bit faster now because we dumped a bit of weight because we staged. Yeah, it's much faster now. The other thing was it was a long rocket, so now it's a lot shorter. Once it settles, you're instead of using Z and X, you're gonna use Shift to Control and just like pulse it at low speed. Yeah, you got it. There you go. All right, now right-click the moon periapsis that just appeared on your and bring it up to the number you want.
Less than 2,400 kilometers. Okay. So yeah, that can bring this up a little higher, can't I?
Yeah, a lot higher. Yeah. Bring it around 100,000. That's good. Doesn't have to be exact. All right.
Okay.
Your next step is we're going to wait until it gets into that moon sphere of influence. If you want to time warp to it, what you can do is on the line, you can right-click and time warp to the location. Don't get too brave. All right, put yourself just at the edge of the intercept.
So like right here?
Yeah. Right inside though, just because otherwise you're gonna have to wait a few seconds. Okay. Time warp yourself inside the intercept. There you go. Stop. Okay. Now you can build a maneuver. Circularize yourself. The exact same way you did it on Kerbal. You can bring it down way more. Bring it down. Yeah, 100,000 is what you're aiming for, right?
Yeah, so I just wanted to keep it so I can see it.
Notice how your periapsis and apoapsis have moved to opposite sides of the circle? That's an indication then that you've passed the circularization point. Right-click your periapsis and zoom in a little bit. There you go. So you're going to want to backtrack. Yeah, you got it. So when they start flipping sides, that's the point where you're about circularized. Is a good thing to keep an eye out for. Man, I love how this system really does make it as visual as possible. Oh, you were just about there. Yeah, that's pretty good. If you want to zoom in more, you'll have more granularity, and you can also like move it around a bit with a bit more. Now, see, your apoapsis is... Yeah. Yeah, I can't wait for a better interface for this, because this is...
That's about it.
Kind of awful. Yeah, that's good. So that's your burn. It's going to be a 20-second burn. Point yourself towards your maneuver before you're warping.
Thank you. Oh, it's the same place. Fuck. No, wait, that's not my maneuver. My maneuver's down here. Okay. Mm-hmm. What's this? Anti-target. Warping burn.
Target and anti-target you're only going to be really using whenever you are trying to dock two satellites to each other.
I got so scared that this thing was going to burn past my timer.
Yep. It's happened before. This is why we auto-save and we quick-save.
I'll pop a quick-save.
Sure. The other thing is this is still an alpha, so if a Kraken attacks, well, you want to have a save so that you can, just revert back to it.
Full burn, right?
Yep, always.
All right.
Maneuvers are always full burn. If you're-
3,
Yeah.
2, 1.
And watch the line, not the timer.
Watch the line, not the timer.
See? It was way easier to get it spot on there, right?
Yeah, I was a little worried I was gonna miss it, but I think it worked.
Yeah, that was bang on. Well done. All right, delete your node, and you've just put a satellite in orbit around the moon. Now, since we have a lot of extra delta V, let's do something a bit more advanced here. Oh wait, no, you don't have the tools that I normally use. We're gonna see if we can get this orbit rotated so that it's not equatorial, it's polar.
Do you want me to make it perpendicular to the orbit then?
Yes. Because the
Oh.
reason being is that this satellite right now spends 50% of its time, or a bit less than 50% of its time, on opposite Kerbin, and thus having its signal blocked by the moon. Whereas if you tilt it 90 degrees, it will always, more or less, be in connection with Kerbin. It'll have a way higher amount of time. So you tend to want to don't put your node there. They're gonna put it right about where your current orbit is in the middle of the moon.
In the middle of the moon?
Hold on. So, this is a science thing. If the orbit is a plane, right? It's a flat plane.
Okay, I'm imagining is it a plane? Good.
Yeah. Wherever that plane intersects your orbit, that's where you want to put the maneuver node for something like this. You can use the camera to make your life easier here by just taking that orbit line and making it flat on your screen. You know, rotate your camera until that gray maneuver line or orbit line for the moon is flat. So like fully horizontal. Horizontal, not vertical. Horizontal. Yeah, you just about got it. Like that. Perfect. Now, wherever that line... Nope. There. Leave it. Zoom in.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Right-click that message that says Fly Safe 13 and get rid of it. It won't go away, huh? All right, that's fine. Oh, there it goes. Okay, so now where that moon orbit line intersects your blue line, that's where you want to put it. You put your maneuver.
It's on the other side of the planet.
There's two sides to your orbit.
Oh, wait a minute. So right there?
Yeah, exactly. Okay. Now you're going to use your purple. Yeah, exactly. It's going to be purple and green is what you're going to use, because there's a point where the purple is no longer capable of adjusting it. So, yep, you got it. That's looking better. Let's see if we can reduce the go retrograde even more. Don't worry about the purple anymore. Okay. That's looking pretty good.
Can I shift it a little bit with the blue?
No, you don't want to do that. This operation is only purple and green is all you're touching.
Okay. I mean, this will still be in contact with Kerbin most of the time, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's the idea.
Okay. Lock to maneuver.
And this is why we use the maneuver SAS, because this is a compound maneuver. It's neither green nor purple, right? It's both.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the maneuver takes into account.
Oh, did you catch the new episode of Digital Circus, by the way?
There was a new episode? I didn't see it.
No, fuck. I was hoping I'd get you a better reaction out of you. Never mind. I lied to you. I'm sorry.
God damn it.
I was hoping you'd be like, oh, and I could like crush your dreams on live on stream, and it didn't work because you're not super investing. You're just
No,
like, oh, that's super cool. I didn't even notice.
That's because I'm super invested in this right now.
That's fair.
I can watch that later if it was on.
All right, getting ready for the maneuver. Just, yep, thank you. This is an interesting burn.
Remember, you want to be zoomed out so you can watch the line, not the timer.
Watch the line, not the timer.
Yeah,
Well, I can't really see how to start it without looking at the timer. It's a very small one.
Well, yes, I know, but just make sure your camera's in the right place so that once you start the burn, you don't have to readjust.
I get you. That's fair.
Yeah. This is a game of preparation. It's just all that. Don't worry about your orbit getting smaller. That's what happens when you do these sorts of orbit adjustments.
Yeah, don't worry. I'm fine. It's a really bad time for my engine to explode.
Don't hit space. Don't hit space. That'd be bad. And good.
Oh, it's just a little out. That's fine.
Yep, that's fine. All right. Cancel your maneuver. And we can just leave the satellite here. So go back to flight view. And we're going to do a quick ensuring that we've got everything deployed that needs to be. I suppose we could just leave the engine attached to it. We kind of had it set up so that we could just detach the engine, just let it sit there, but it's got enough delta V that we could potentially reorganize or reorient this later if we wanted to.
Yeah, but we won't be able to we won't be able to get the satellite home though.
We don't even have with this much delta V? Yeah, we could, but it would just burn up in atmosphere.
Yeah, but so we can just detach the engine anyway then.
I mean, we don't need to though.
True. Yeah, I'll leave it. Fuck
and
it.
if we need to move it somewhere like to a different orbit, we can. That's what I mean.
Fair. Okay.
Okay, back to the mission control. Let's cash in the research points and get our next mission. So we've orbited the moon, but that's only half the battle. In fact, it's probably only a quarter of the battle. Landing is really, really hard. Especially when there's no atmosphere. Parachutes don't work on the moon. All right, one small step. I believe that's the one for... Yeah, land on the surface. All right. We're just about there. So track that mission. Double check those other two. First dibs is plant a flag within any mare on the moon. Track that one. I bet you we can get that one at the same time. And then we're going to want to do the perfect circle because you need to know how to comfortably do a circular orbit. Okay, but before that, we're gonna want to quickly get the going green and spacewalk in. So let's just make a quick rocket to get those before we start prepping for our final moon landing. We don't have enough for power launchers yet, but all these other things we don't really need. I don't think. Oh wait, grab struts.
Too late.
Damn it. All right.
We don't need struts where we're going.
Yeah.
So we just need something that'll get into orbit, right?
I don't know if you're quite accurate. So for this one, we don't even need to orbit for this one. Actually, you are right. We could do the circular orbit one with this one, so we could get 3 missions with this one launch. So yeah, let's do that. This is gonna be a manned mission, so you're on the right track. We don't need to. Hold on. Nope. We don't need to set up for the science being on the command module anymore.
Okay.
Yeah. So the one parachute is sufficient for just the command module. But so add your heat surface, your thermal management, and then coupler, and then put the science module underneath the coupler. So we'll drop the science module before our re-entry. Although I don't even know if we're going to get much science out of this flight, but whatever. It's fine. Yeah, no decoupler. It's fine. All right, so top level. Same thing as our last flight. You're going to want to have the nice... no, you're going to want the Terrier as your topmost stage. Yeah, you got it. Just because it's super efficient, it means that it'll be way easy to efficiently adjust orbits. There we go. Actually, you're kind of just building the same rocket as last time, which is totally fine. Just
I
double
am.
check your thrust to weight ratios. Because there's a little bit more mass on this one. That should be fine. Yep. And remember, you can middle click to center on a different part. Maybe not while you're currently building. Whatever. You're fine. Yeah, there you go. You're only using 2? Used 4 last time.
Yeah, I only need 2. I'm not going to the moon.
All right. I mean, we're working with an infinite budget. You don't have to under-engineer your craft.
Man, these oil barons are getting so fucking, like, wow. They really love science.
I've heard that he's attempting to invest in oil from other planets.
Did he, did anyone tell him there's no dinosaurs on other planets?
We haven't conclusively confirmed that.
Fair, I suppose. Yeah, you know, it's...
We have reason to believe that we are not the first race to make it into space. Who knows if the dinosaurs got there before us?
Is there anything else I want? Probably not.
Let me see. Yeah. Get in the habit of throwing solar panels on all your vessels from here on out. Yeah, we don't need the big ones. It's better to have... Yeah, the small ones are all you need, because it's not about having enough power, it's about having any power. That's good. That should work. Double check your staging. And from here on out, you might want to get in the habit of saving your vessel before launching, just because it'll be useful to be able to just reload a vessel you used previously, rather than having to build it again from scratch.
Is there a way I can save it from this?
There's autosave, it's fine. This is still not exactly the most complex vessel. We're fine.
Alright. Launching.
Alright.
Gravity turn is going great.
Mission control. Good to hear you on the radio again. Hitting about 45 degrees.
Yep, that's fine right there. It was a bit early, but that's fine. Only reason we don't recommend going this early is because it can sometimes affect the stability of your flight.
Shit.
Visually inspect your wings.
Shit, I just lost a wing.
This might still be salvageable if you can get into space. Otherwise, don't be afraid to abort.
Roger, mission control.
Seems that your craft is stable enough without the wing. Now, keep an eye on your apoapsis and start going even further to the horizon. Just bear in mind, you're not using the same controls that you were before. Disable your fins. They're not going to help you here. Now that one's gone, it's actually going to imbalance you. Advanced controls, pitch you on, roll. What'd you just click?
I just double checked it.
Okay. You're too close to horizontal. Go back into the blue. You still need to be climbing. That's why. Not prograde. You're currently locked to prograde. Any adjustments you're making, it's gonna pull you back to prograde. No, not retrograde. Click the lock button. Lock button, very bottom. No, there you go. All right, cancel burn. Cancel burn. All right, a little higher than we need to be. That's fine though. Map view. Start building your maneuver. So your aim for this mission is you want to get to 100 kilometers exactly on both prograde or on both apoapsis and periapsis. Don't be afraid to do this in multiple stages. If you get close with one burn, then you can just adjust from there. You're comfortable there, and don't go any further. A trick is, if you put your maneuver node directly on the periapsis or apoapsis and then continue adjusting from there, it'll actually work out way well for you. So see how the apoapsis moves around? Put them on top of each other as you're moving it, and then release it. As close as you can get it. Perfect. There. Now continue adjusting with the green, with the prograde and retrograde. All right, get ready for that burn. You're going to want to point towards maneuver, especially since this is a slow turner. You're going to be dropping your stage mid-burn.
Roger. Is the periapsis and apoapsis distance acceptable?
We're going to do this in multiple steps, because this is going to take... we're not going to get it on the first try. That's fine. I've noticed we've failed one of our missions.
I noticed too. We cannot do the going green mission. That's fine. We'll do a backup mission on it as well. We'll just do a drop next time.
Well, yeah, what we can do is we can just put something on the landing pad, run the science, and then just recover it. Yeah.
Exactly what I thought. Yeah. Wait, I can EVA right now?
No, wait until you're in circular orbit, then EVA. We're not gonna never risk an EVA when your orbit is not circular or not. This is a dangerous orbit, is what I'm saying.
All right. Fast forwarding. Orbiting to maneuver. If there is a god you believe in, Kitsi, I'd suggest you pray to them, because we are flying without a wing. In 10 seconds, we'll do the burn.
Mm-hmm. The wing's not a factor when you're in space, so that's why we didn't abort.
1.
I get the sense you might have dropped that a tad early.
That's fine. It's fine.
I would avoid doing that because the engine will continue burning after you drop it and may impact your vessel from behind. Okay. Now we're going to do some adjustments. But first, you can now do that EVA. And immediately go back in. Yep. Okay. A couple of things you're going to do. So let's do some cleanup. First of all, get rid of that maneuver node. Secondly, go to the tracking center. And over on the left-hand side, this is where you can see all of the different planets within the system. But what we're here for is we're here to clear out some debris. So we have been installing self-destruct mechanisms in all of the parts of your vessels. So you can go ahead and destroy, remote detonate the ones that we don't need anymore. So anyone that's marked debris is one that cannot be controlled anymore. It doesn't have any sort of control method. It's just floating there with no purpose. If you click the spaceship looking icon at the very far left, you can actually sort by debris in there, but there's no debris category, which means we've already cleared it out. All right, back to the flight. So what I'd like you to do now is we're going to learn that burning is most effective at periapsis and apoapsis whenever you're trying to change apoapsis and periapsis, respectively. So since periapsis is next on our flight, start by placing a maneuver node there, and we're going to reduce the apoapsis down to 100,000. Okay, so you're not seeing it move because you're currently locked onto the blue apoapsis, not the orange one. All you want to do is just adjust it until they start switching sides. That's what you want to do. You've gone too far one direction. Go the other way. Go the other way. There, you saw it?
I saw it very briefly. Come on. It's like it's going too fast. Hang on.
No, you're being too tentative with it right now. Oh. Okay. Release. Right-click the orange Kerbal apoapsis. It's the apoapsis is the only one you're worrying about right now. The periapsis we're not worried about. There you go. So it needs to be between 99 and 101. So that's good right there.
Okay, then should I go to my burn?
Point yourself towards maneuver, then warp to burn.
Roger. It says it's going to be a 1 second burn control, is that correct?
You're going to take this, instead of going full throttle, for something like this, you're just going to go real light touch, and your eyes are going to be on your apoapsis at the bottom left corner of the screen, not in the middle of your screen.
Roger.
Right.
I'll do light touch. Light touch. I'm going for 100,000, right?
Yeah, as close to that as you can get it.
Go. Shift. Shift, damn you, shift. Something's wrong with my craft. It's not responding.
Hold up. Right-click your engine. It's activated. Try hitting shift again. I believe you may have your computer may have made the game not the primary window. I think that's the problem. You can still use your burn now. You're close enough. Just do it now.
Okay.
Remember, bottom left corner of the screen. You can go a little bit closer. Yeah. All right. Next burn is at the apoapsis, and you're gonna bring your periapsis up to the exact same number, or close, basically 100,000. If you want to, you can just time warp to it. Just make sure you point yourself prograde.
Oh, don't I need to make a maneuver here?
I mean, you don't. Maneuvers aren't necessary for these rather simple things, as long as you understand what you're doing. And right now, all you're doing is you're just burning prograde at the apoapsis.
Gotcha.
Just don't start burning as soon as you exit warp because you might need to, your craft will need to rotate. Alright, now just watch your periapsis at the bottom left and do small burns. It'll just give you the mission as soon as you hit it, I'm sure. Yep, there it is. Okay, now bring yourself back down to the planet. Preferably on the light side, otherwise you won't be able to see where you're landing. Landing in the dark is very dangerous. Though you have an atmosphere to help you here, it's not always going to be that way. I would move your maneuver node over to the light side. There you go.
Okay, I'm waiting for estimated burn time.
This doesn't have to be precise. You can burn whenever.
Burning now.
Alright. Bold move, but it should be
fine.
safe. Point yourself retrograde and ride it down. What you trying to do?
I was trying to disable the solar panels because I feel like that's what's giving me that alarm and I don't need it.
Yeah, you can't disable them. Don't worry about it.
No. Time to play a little cosmic pinball.
You're in atmosphere, don't time warp.
Not even a little.
No. I mean, you can learn the lesson the hard way, but Krakens don't like it when you time warp in atmosphere.
Space Kraken!
This might count as the Midlands, so if you have the opportunity to get scienced, go for it.
Roger.
Yep, looks like you do. You remember, just push the science button.
There it goes. I forgot how to do that for a second. It's been a while.
It's been like 15 minutes.
been a while.
Okay. And then do science while you're inside as well before you recover. And see you back at base.
All right. It'd be really funny if I actually pushed revert to launch. Like, well, that was a great flight sim for a minute there.
Oh my gosh.
That'd be hilarious.
Apparently, they had a lot of issues with people mixing up those buttons and like not.
They should make them color coded differently. They're the same color coding, and that's not okay.
Apparently, part of the issue was that revert. People didn't understand that revert meant reset.
Well, that's their problem. This is
yeah,
a space
I suppose
game.
it is. Oh wait, we got going green.
Yeah, we got it.
Oh, I thought we had to do an extra launch for that. Sweet. All right. So, your next step is onto the moon. Don't worry about the eccentric one. We're not going to bother with it. You should have all the parts you need now. Go to the R&D and grab that power launchers one, and then just grab anything else you want to grab on Tier 1, since we're not going to afford anything in Tier 2 yet. Oh, that's where tiny engines are.
Ah, damn it.
Ah, whatever. We don't. It's only useful for probes, anyways. Okay. Now you need to build a ship that is capable of landing on and returning from the moon. So you're gonna have to think about this in reverse order of steps when you build it.
Okay.
So what's the last thing? So what's the last step in your trip?
Parachutes.
Basically, yeah. So it's your re-entry module. Nope, you don't need those extra parachutes. That's just extra weight. This command module with the heat shield will always be plenty served by just the one parachute. Perfect. Okay. Next step is what?
Next step would be getting off the moon.
And returning to Kerbal, yes.
Yes, so
that can all basically be one step.
Okay, so I'm going to need a fuel tank. Do I need this fuel tank, or can I...
Check your trip planner. It's already set to moon. Make sure you switch it to round trip. Okay. And you can see it step by step. So breaking it down into steps. First off, the Kerbal low orbit there, at the very bottom, not super effective here. Either way, you're gonna need.
So I can just take 3,400 off this calculation.
I wouldn't. It's a good buffer zone. But either way, you're gonna need about 5,000 to return from the moon. I would go with the biggest one, yeah. And then throw an engine on there so you can see what delta V you've got. What problem is there if you are landing on the moon with a really tall spaceship?
Balance?
Precisely. If it falls over on the moon, you're not getting it back up.
So I need legs.
Legs are going to be a thing, but I'm just saying you can't. That's why you can't design this ship tall. So this is about the maximum of the height that I would recommend. Do you have ladders unlocked?
I do.
Go to utility at the bottom. You do. Okay, good. So that we're going to be adding that because you will want to try and get onto the surface to plant a flag. Don't worry about that right now. Just focus on everything else first. Let's get this thing landable and then worry about the ladder because the ladder is kind of finicky and you want to have a final thing first. Go over to your to the right side to your stages and switch that stage that has that engine to moon vacuum instead of Kerbal vacuum, and you'll see your thrust to weight ratio change. because it's lower gravity, right? You don't need that powerful of an engine. It'll also be harder to get down from that ship if it's that tall of an engine. That's part of the reason. And efficiency is the other issue. Okay. Now, how much delta V you got right now?
I've got my thrust to weight ratio is 5.73. How do I check my delta V again?
It's just that meters per second number.
Oh, meters per second. 3,193?
Yeah. That
in MoonVac?
Yeah, I mean that's what we want it to be in MoonVac. That should
I put my science junior on?
Yes, you do. Actually,
here?
yes, because that'll give you more science when you actually land on the moon. You can grab some science while you're there. So that'll change things a little bit. Okay. Now, that's not awful for returning from the moon, but we can make this better. A good strategy for landers, to make your landing base wider, while also giving you more fuel, is add some radial decouplers to this stage. And toss some more fuel tanks onto the sides. I'd go 4. What you're going to do is you're going to add the fuel tanks and you're going to add the legs to those fuel tanks so that your actual landings, the legs are wider apart and thus more stable. Yeah, exactly. You'll want... Oh, do we have fuel? We don't. Okay, that's fine. You're going to add engines to those fuel tanks then.
Like Terrier engines?
Yeah. It's gonna be a lot. Actually, it's not. Oh wait, switch your the stage to moon. That's the bottommost stage right now.
Mm.
Yeah, I don't know why it automatically closes whenever you close that, but that's fine. Your thrust to weight ratio is gold in there. So for landing, the higher your thrust to weight ratio is, the faster you'll be able to slow yourself down on landing.
Okay.
So it's good to have one that's higher than one that's close to 1.0, because it means that you can be more intuitive with your actual landing strategy. Otherwise, you'll have to, you won't know exactly when you need to start burning your engines, right? So this is fine. So next is your landing legs. Those are under the ground category. The difference is weight and how much weight they can handle and how much weight they weigh, as well as some of them are a little bit longer than others. If you right click them, you can deploy them and see how long they are. So that's actually pretty good, isn't it?
Yeah, it looks pretty good to me.
Okay. Retract those again. Now, the moon is low gravity, so I'll admit, ladders, not super necessary. You could probably just, jump up there. You will run the risk a little bit of accidentally knocking over your spaceship with your body.
Let's not say we did.
Okay. It's just a little finicky to get the ladders on there and working. That's all.
How do I add more ladder?
Yeah, just keep clicking them. Don't overlap them. Oh, wait, you're not overlapping. Sorry, keep going. It looked like they were so perfectly aligned, I thought you had overlapped them. Oh.
Okay, that looks good to me.
Yeah, that's good. And low gravity is going to help you get up on that. Okay.
I think that's the most perfect ladder I've ever placed.
It's pretty good.
Yeah,
all right.
A little space over here, but I don't think I can. Actually, I could probably fix that.
Don't worry about getting it too perfect,
That's fair.
Okay.
We've been at this for 3 hours, damn.
We have, but we're almost there. Do you want to keep going to complete?
Yeah, we'll keep going.
Okay.
We'll try one attempt at this. So it's going to be our one go.
Okay. Not to put too much pressure on it, but I did it. I got it on my first attempt.
All right.
We'll see if you can too. I would recommend changing your solar panels to 3 rather than 2. Just to be on the safe side. Just make sure that they're not blocking the exit hatch. Yeah, like there. That's perfect. There's? Yeah, that's fine. Sure, you won't be able to look out the window, but I mean, who needs windows anyways?
Yeah, we can get out. We're in
yeah.
space.
All right.
What just flew overhead?
That was.
Is that a space kraken?
Maybe. You're not gonna. No, don't put them on the wide ones. Put it on the central column. You don't want to be applying too much wrenching force into your radial decouplers. All right, this next stage, thrust to weight ratio is going to be important. Just make sure that you take that into account.
No, wait, hang on. So this is going to be getting onto the moon and getting off of the moon. So this needs to be orbital transfer from Kerbal to the moon. So this still needs to be.
I think your thrust to weight ratio is fine the way it is right now. For landing on the moon, you're where you want to be. Your delta V should be fine. So what you're designing for now is getting to the moon.
That's what I was saying, yeah. So I'm just trying to think of how I'm going to tackle this problem. Let's see here. Let's do a radial decoupler. Let's do 2.
We are in break, so I'm going to ask you a question while you're building a ship.
Roger.
Do you know if any of your friends would accidentally join a cult?
Oh boy, this is a loaded question. You go first.
I don't think I have any that would.
Hey, wait, if I put this right here, won't these thrusters apply heat to the top of
They're not going to be running at the same time. Well, you're going to be dropping those bottom ones.
You're right. This is going to need swivels.
Once again, why don't you have 4 on there?
Oh, just stuff. I don't want to make it too big, you know. I get hungry, okay?
When you're dealing with side boosters, and it's just in your best interest to put as many as you can fit, as within reason. But yeah,
kind of like the stagger design I'm going for.
It's pretty nice. I don't know if your fins are going to be perfectly useful with the wind being blocked like that, but I don't know if it'll matter so much because you have swivels on there. Though you've put radial mounted swivels rather than... Anyways, double check your engine order in your staging before you continue, just so that you get an accurate representation of your delta V. You've just combined all of those together. That's fine. Yep. Okay. Looks pretty good. Delete that extra stage that's empty. Okay, so your current delta V is about 6,100. Not bad.
Excellent. All right.
Now
for the fun bit.
Oh, there's even more. Okay.
Yeah, we have to get it off the ground.
Right. Now, what I suspect you're about to run into is that with how heavy this craft is starting to get, it's going to be a rather difficult prospect to get enough thrust-to-weight ratio to get this off the ground. But let's see if you can manage it.
Did I put a coupler?
I did. I mean, sure. Can't wait for you to accidentally just slam into that thing on your way up.
God, don't make me laugh.
It's gonna happen.
It's not gonna happen.
You sure? Real
No.
close to that fuel tank right there, huh? You know you don't usually need that thing, right?
Well, I don't want to try it without it. I'm scared.
Also, a solid booster as your central, the central part is a bold move.
You know what? That's a very fair point. I'm gonna... Ooh, I have a skipper. I forgot. Hang on.
Oh, right. We've got medium-sized fuel tanks now.
Yeah, I could switch it out to a medium fuel tank. Hang on.
You could. Do we have an adapter?
Where would it be at?
Well, we certainly don't have a fuel-filled adapter, but it might be in structural if you have just a normal-ass adapter. Yep, you do. R&D will get to work on one that you can actually fill with fuel, so it's not just wasted space. Now, do you have a bigger engine?
Yes.
Oh, hell yeah. What's the thrust to weight on that thing right now?
I have no idea.
It says 0.87.
Shit.
It does say 0.87, so,
Hang on. Where is it? So,
okay.
That's in vacuum. Fuck!
Yeah. Maybe reduce this number of fuel tanks you have on the bottom there. Alright, it's above
exactly
1. It's not very much delta V, though. So that's the problem you're running into right now. Trying to add so many stages is just adding more weight.
Well, you said to keep adding 4, so I added 4 for the rockets. Now I don't know.
So change it up. You're gonna remove that central stage.
This one right here?
Yep, get rid of it all. And you're gonna rebuild a more long-lasting central stage.
How do I do that?
Just delete all of what you did that you just put over to the side. Okay. So using thrust to weight ratio, build a stage that has the most powerful engine you can fit with as much fuel as the thrust to weight ratio will allow.
So now I put in the adapter.
The adapter's already there. Oh, sorry. Yes, that's what I meant. Yes, that's what you meant. Yes, that's where you can put the adapter.
That would be where again? Structures.
Though, if you wanted to, you could potentially add another Terrier, but I'd feel like it's not worth it at this point. You can just use the upper Terriers. Okay. Toss the engine on that, and let's just see how much thrust to weight ratio you got. Okay, 1.52 is, I suppose, fine. So from here, you want solid boosters.
Yes. Where is the cup? There's a couple.
Yeah.
There we go.
Since you have a wider base, you can go more than 4. And I'd recommend using the decouplers that are offset, just so that you get more... Yeah. Don't worry about fins for this one. You're going to be using exclusively gimbal to control this thing. It's going to be unwieldy as fuck, but that's fine. Oh, you got even taller boosters. Look at those. Do those have gimbal? Check them on the left side. Shift?
No.
No. Damn. All right.
Yeah, these are solid fuel. They don't have gimbal.
There is solid fuel ones that do have gimbal, but we haven't gotten them yet, I guess. All right. Double check that you're not... Okay, you are clipping with some of your upper stage things. So that's not great.
Tits. Hang on.
Bottom of your screen. One of in the toolbar at the bottom center. There's one called move and rotate. Rotate and translate. That's the one. And then, and while you're using that tool, you can just slide the boosters down without having to change their anchor point. It works.
The booster down.
Yeah, there you go.
Come on.
You keep going.
It's not letting me go.
Oh, it's got a limit. Weird.
Hang on, it's okay. Hang on, where's my selector tool? I can just do it manually. Fuck it. No, wait, that's right. That's why I can't do it.
Yeah, the anchor point. Okay, hold off. Let's rethink how we're going to strategically design this. Yeah, I guess just do that. And thrust rate ratio is not terrible. Okay. You can throw fins on it then if you want.
I need more though, don't I? Trip planner.
Yeah, that doesn't look like enough, does it?
I need something real big. Real pushy.
Go through that scroll thing on the trip destination at the bottom. It just ends at low orbit.
Yeah, hang on. Let me do a quick calculation.
That's weird.
What's 7735 or 10,240 minus 3,400 would be? Okay, so that's 7,000. Easy. So that's 6,760. 6,760 would be the difference between 10,240 and 3,400.
Presumably, yes.
Okay, we're good.
Not especially.
Look, this number is dead weight. You do not need to worry about Kerbal low orbit. That's what the parachute's for. Kerbal low orbit getting off the ground. Look, the Kerbal low orbit that's getting off the ground. I don't need that. I don't need that back.
Which Apollo mission was it where they just barely got home? Was it 11?
I think it may have been 13.
One of them was catastrophic. The other one was they just barely survived. Yeah, you might. I mean, if you don't account for extra delta V, that's the situation you could potentially find yourself in.
Well, how do I eke out a little bit more extra delta V?
That's the tricky part here, because like we're limited on what parts we have available, right?
Well, I could switch the carriers to swivels. That would technically get us more delta V.
No, not especially.
Why not?
Because more power doesn't mean more delta V.
Well, I could switch their fuel tanks a little bigger.
You could, but that would be landing delta V, and we already are confident in our ability to land, take off, and return. All that we're missing here is a potentially enough fuel to take off from Kerbin, orbit Kerbin, and arrive at the moon. That's the part that is concerning right now. Go to your engines, and those liquid fuel boosters at the top. The medium-sized one, hover over it. So it's got a 600 kilonewton thrust and vacuum, and if you go to the swivel, 215.
215.
Okay. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Get rid of your solid fuel boosters and the couplers that they're attached to. Yeah. Okay. And then alt-click the entire medium section. And then just drag it out to the side so that we have it for later. Okay. Now add a radial decouplers to the side of that medium section. Yeah, the wide ones, the medium ones. And we're gonna toss 4. Sure, let's go with 4. And then add that medium section that we pulled off to the side to those radial decouplers. We will need the cone at the top because we need the aerodynamics. We don't have a medium nose cone yet. Add a nose cone to the top of that cone. Okay. Our thrust to weight ratio is fine for that. We've just added a bunch of delta V. And then what you can do is you can add solid boosters on top of this.
On like what, the peripheral?
Yeah. Stack on stack.
A bit dangerous, I think, but
Struts might be required to make it stable, but yeah, it's functional. Hey, Globe.
Hey, Globe. You're about to see the first ever deer land in space.
In space? I thought we were aiming for the moon.
Oh, we are aiming for the moon. I mean, yeah.
It's gonna be interesting if you land in space. There's no land there.
A deer always finds a way.
You just miss the moon and accidentally land on an asteroid.
Yeah. Hang on, let me get those. I think you're right about the strats. Let me get those on there.
That might... Hold on. So, before you do that, as much as, like, I'm okay with... I mean, I'm not really okay with it. What you can do is take the central medium section, extend it a little bit further, so add another tank at the bottom. And then you're going to add those... what are those? Clydesdales, I think they're called. The solid thrusters, and you're going to put them on the center, in between the big thrusters.
You want me to put it right here?
Yes.
You must be out of your gourd.
I mean, you have to be to launch an explosive vehicle underneath your ass. And then you can lower it from there. Remember the rotate and translate button?
Oh yeah, you're right.
You only need a little bit from here. There you go. All right, nose cones on that. Okay, check your thrust to weight ratios.
Hang on, I gotta fucking fix this real quick. Hang on. So first things first, these need to burn. And then these need to decouple, and then this... Okay, so these can be part of the same thing. Get rid of this. Get rid of that. This can... Yeah, that can be the same one. That. So do that. So get rid of that, thank you.
I think that looks good.
Good.
See, now you have a lot more thrust to weight ratio. Or excuse me, a lot more delta V. It's still not as much as the trip planner accounts for, but basically the way we're going to avoid that 3400 is, instead of you transferring from the moon to a low orbit around Kerbin, you're instead going to fire yourself straight at Kerbin and just eat all of the heat energy from re-entry with your heat shield. Are
you out of your mind?
I promise you,
paper mache.
that paper mache is coated with like the best hot sauce. It will absorb all of that heat.
I feel like I'm gonna die. What?
Globe, we're gonna try and not check the news right now.
No, my partner. What? Hang on.
What?
What's going on in Virginia? I care. I give a shit. Hang on.
Okay.
Oh god. We'll talk about it after stream. It's okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for the heads up, Club. It's okay. It's all right. No, you're fine. You're fine.
Bad stuff is happening.
I hope your friend's okay.
Yeah,
but
same.
Yeah, don't worry. Yeah, thoughts and prayers, man.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. I think we're good. I think we've got this.
All of our thrust to weight ratios are fine.
This one I'm a little worried about. Its TWR is 1.05. That's going to get us off Kerbin. I'm a little worried.
Okay. So then we're going to
lower.
need to do a bit of an advanced maneuver here. You're going to burn multiple stages simultaneously.
You want to do this and this?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Give me a minute.
And then we're gonna do a test. We're gonna do a test run to see if the burning. No. And so yeah, put those in the same stage. Yeah. And then you're gonna decouple the solid boosters first. And you can see that it actually is accounting for that. So the delta V's are adjusted for both of those stages.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's good. And then, so the only thing that we're going to be concerned about here is the solid boosters are significantly lower than the big liquid ones. They might heat up. So if that happens, we're gonna abort and readjust.
Gotcha.
Okay. Either way, this is effectively functional. So let's see what we can do with this. Give it a name.
Yeah.
Oh.
Do you like the name?
Oh, Fierce Deity? I see. The moon reference. Very good. You didn't.
Yeah. Look, I'm not gonna.
You didn't rename the workspace, and then you're gonna hate that later.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie to you.
You saw the.
I don't know
wobble?
if I can. Yeah, I'm not. I don't know. I don't think maybe. Hang on. Fuck it.
What are you concerned about? No,
I'm gonna add stress.
This is a test run. Just give it a shot. See if you can get into orbit.
Okay, I'm still gonna be aiming for the west, right?
Yeah. Just be. You
All right.
don't have fins on this thing, so you're gonna be real gradual with that shit.
Okay. When should I start doing it?
I'd say at 1,000. And then you're just gonna tap it to the west, just ever so slightly. Keep your dot within the green circle. That's how I usually do it.
I'm just keeping it at the very edge.
Yeah, exactly. All right, well, there's no heat warnings on your screen, so it looks like this is functional. Mission is go.
Thank you, Club.
Throttle down your liquid boosters. You don't need them anymore. Let the solid ones pull you in as far as they can, and then switch to liquids.
Shit, they're all gonna decouple at the same time, though.
No,
they won't. Okay, you're right.
You made them separate. Decouple. Burn.
Come on. Give me more. Okay, easy. Fucking SAS, come on.
Cut burn.
Come on. Cut burn.
Your apoapsis is good. All right.
Give me map view.
Oh, we still didn't put any RCS wheels on this thing. It's not going to be super maneuverable when we're not burning. That's fine. You'll live. This doesn't have to be perfect. Just get them close to each other. Just close to circular is all you're aiming for. Try move the maneuver node, and it's that's part of your problem here. Try to get the maneuver node on the periapsis. So keep moving it left until the periapsis meets it. There you go. There, now pull back.
Like this?
Yeah. Oh, too far. Actually, that's bad. That's good. No, never mind. Leave that. Maneuver word. Start prepping for your maneuver.
Maneuver.
You're gonna be staging midway.
I know. Isaiah. Command, this is Fierce Deity. 40 seconds out.
Roger that.
Kitsy, are you snorting over there? Did you do a line?
No. Put it away. Put it away.
Fucking goddamn. 20 seconds. Showtime, Kitsy.
Good luck.
Proceeding to full burn. 4, 3, 2, 1. Launch.
Stage in 5.
Successful stage.
It's good on my side as well. Watching the circle. Your burn is good. Your apoapsis is staying ahead of you.
Roger. Ow, fuck.
Yeah, careful. We gave you a 12-pack of bottles of water up there. They might be floating around.
Ah, great. Hang on, about to hit it. Come on, right about there. Fuck.
That's good. You're in a good orbit. All right, cancel your burn timer. All right. You are in orbit. Let's just do a systems check, ensure that you are still go for moon. Delta V is looking fine. The orbit is going to need some adjustment before we go for it.
Yeah, definitely. All right.
So first off, we're going to need to adjust the inclination of your orbit. To do that, you're going to make a node at either the DN or AN, standing for descending node or ascending node, and you're going to be using the purple for normal. So the purple direction. That looks like the right way. Make it 0. You will be able to get it exact. If you need to, if it's not going to 0, try moving the maneuver slightly. Just like with the circularizing, if when they start switching sides, that's the indication that you're close. So you may need to adjust again.
There we go.
Okay, that's your burn. Point yourself maneuver word first. Yep.
Think this will negatively impact our chances of getting to the moon?
It's only 135 Delta V. I think the impact is minimal. You're just gonna have to be very conservative or efficient with your landing fuel.
Roger that, Kitsy.
I'll walk you through some strategies for that when we get to it.
All right. Warping to next maneuver.
Globe says you have a nice orbit.
Thank you, Globe. Approaching the vector. Going to be 15. 8-second burn. Proceeding in 3, 2, 1.
Good burn.
Good burn. Right. That's a
All right.
perfect 0.
Start planning your next maneuver.
Go with periapsis.
They're going for an intercept with a counterclockwise direction around the moon. If you need to get rid of that message that's clogging up the center of your screen, you can switch out of map and back into it. So for this one, what I want you to do is burn a little bit further than the orbit of the moon. So change your maneuver so that your orbit is past the orbit of the moon. Just by a little bit.
How do I clear focus?
Just focus back on Kerbal or exit map and re-enter map. It resets every time you do that. Yep.
Roger. Can you repeat instruction?
Increase the size of your orbit slightly so that it's past the moon's orbit. A little bit further. That actually is not awful, but that's not what the intention is. Start adjusting. The idea here is for the in case you do need to abort, to get you back to Kerbal, you want to be intercepting the moon on your way back towards Kerbal. That's why you're going to overshoot, and on the way back you're going to intercept the moon.
Roger. Solid. Give it a little bit more.
Yeah, and move your node so that you're no longer seeing that intersect, so that you can actually adjust it properly. Looks like it's going to be closer, more to the left, more to the left. And then increase your, give it more prograde. Just like that.
Perfect.
Hold on. No, that's not correct.
Will it be coming back around? Or is it too...
So the idea is that if you do this correctly, even if you do not burn from that point onwards, you want your when you leave the moon's sphere of influence, you want the orbit to naturally bring you back to Kerbal. That's
Gotcha.
the idea.
So give it some more prograde then?
Readjust your position. It looks like this is way too close to where we want it, to what we want. Yeah, keep going to the right. Keep going. Oh, you were just about there. That's what we want. So see how if you perform this burn and then suddenly your ship breaks, you will still return to Kerbal. The alternative.
Following the orange Latin, yeah.
Yeah. So what we're trying to avoid in this circumstance, and to be fair, this is over preparing, but what we're trying to avoid here is we're trying to avoid, if something goes wrong, you don't get launched out into deep space because, due to the gravity assist that the moon could potentially do to you.
Alright, so hopefully this will be a... Hopefully, if I do fuck up, yeah, I can just slingshot around the moon.
Yeah, precisely. So that's why this is the ideal.
Warping ahead.
You didn't point yourself maneuverward.
God. Damn. Where's the maneuver?
Just let it run. Worst case scenario, we miss this maneuver and we give it another go around. If you get to the maneuver before the time, then you can still do it.
I think I'm about to hit the maneuver. We're good. Just in the nick of time.
Yeah, you should be fine. Okay, same thing as last time. It's better to end it a little early than a little late.
Roger.
Apparently, you just successfully finished a mission. Don't concern yourself with it.
Mission control, isn't it your job to concern yourself with what mission I just completed?
I believe you just got an eccentric orbit, which was one of the missions that you accepted.
I didn't accept the eccentric orbit, though.
Then I guess you don't need to accept it.
Huh.
Which makes a lot of sense because
A little early, then a little late.
Yeah, they're not contracts. They're just missions.
I see.
Yeah. Watch your line. Remember that. Okay, now just small burns. As soon as you can, though. Right now. Yep. And all right. That's comfortable. Don't go any further. Cancel your maneuver and let's reassess. Because that's actually pretty close. All right. So from here, you're going to capture in the moon's orbit. You won't be able to maneuver and start your maneuver node until you are in the moon's sphere of influence, though. So you're going to warp to the sphere of influence. Quick save first, though. All right. So, do you see along your blue line where the interaction happens?
Yeah, I see it. It's
Warp,
over here.
Warp just past it. Save yourself the time. You don't need to creep up on it. See how the moon is catching up to you now? This is what I love about this particular method. Okay. Now work on your maneuver. It doesn't have to be perfect. Actually, get it down to 50 kilometers above the surface. We don't want it to be a circular orbit. We want it to actually get you as close to the surface as possible. As comfortable, rather. So 50 kilometers is well comfortable. Just keep going. The periapsis is going to flip. Yep. Get the periapsis down to 50. And then while you're here, do some science. Got some high orbit moon science to do.
Excellent.
Don't transmit it. You'll burn all of your power.
Roger.
All right. Does that say 49?
Yeah, 49,821.
Okay, that's comfortable.
All right. Let's up to the. Oh.
Maneuver first.
Yep.
This thing does not turn very fast. So when it comes to science, the categories are high orbit, which is where you're at right now, low orbit, which is determined differently based off of the body that you're currently orbiting, but below 50,000 should be within low orbit, so you can get science there. And then if there's an atmosphere, then in atmosphere also counts as a science region. And then of course landed, and landed has different regions. So depending on what region of the planet or whatever you're landed in, that has its own science.
Roger. So I'll begin I'll begin approaching the body and prepare for the next science.
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, we might have missed high orbit for Kerbal, but that's fine. We can get on the way back.
Yeah, I think we've already gotten higher orbit.
I don't think we have.
We don't?
Nope.
Lights. Yeah.
We're missing either high or low orbit. I'm sure of that.
Well, we'll keep an eye on it.
All right.
16-second burn. Prepping for burn. Come on. No whammies. No whammies. Come on.
You're feeling the pressure now, aren't you? Just
Come
the
on.
good news is you're not doing what I did. I'll tell you the story once you finish this burn. A little bit more.
Yeah, a little more.
Good. All right. Remove the maneuver. All right, so start building a maneuver on the periapsis to circularize it so that your apoapsis and periapsis are both around 50k. Because that'll be your approach altitude. But the mistake I made, or I guess just like the total fluke, was I was fully set up to land on the bright side of the moon. It was my first attempt. I was, super hyped. It was going great. And then when I went to exit the map screen to look at the moon where I was landing, after having completed my burn to bring myself down to the surface, I couldn't see the surface. And I was like, what the fuck? I was on the light side of the moon. Turns out, I had decided to land exactly on a solar eclipse, or lunar eclipse or whatever. The planet was right between me and the sun. So we're gonna avoid doing that on your side. Thankfully, it doesn't look like that's anywhere near happening right now. But yeah. And that only lasts 10 minutes. So, but I managed to land in the dark. It was the most stressful thing ever. But you don't need to be able to see the land in order to land on it. You just need your gauges.
Very fair. Hang on 1 second.
All right.
All right, I'm back. Just wanted to answer a quick question. Okay, so I'm 48, 46 right now. How's that?
Yep, that should be comfortable.
Okay. Warp ahead to the maneuver.
You didn't point yourself maneuverward. And you're gonna be dropping your stage almost instantly on this one.
All right.
Good cancel. Good cancel.
You've still got it's still got 20 minutes to make the maneuver, so it's fine. They'll make it when it'll make its adjustment in under 1, so it's good. No science thing yet.
Yeah, low orbit's lower than you think on the moon. You're gonna be uncomfortably close.
Roger. Time to start playing some Pink Floyd and get immediately copyright struck.
Yep.
I've become comfortably numb.
Oh, we did manage to install the TV in your capsule, by the way.
Oh, good. Was it? Do I get any radio connection in here? Did you guys give me a DVD player?
Or? We gave you a VHS. And
okay, it's not Betamax, so that's good.
Or excuse me, a VCR. The VHS that we gave you was Apollo 13.
Oh.
So yeah, we just
Hey, Kitsy.
What?
I'm gonna make you eat your headset when I get back to Kerbal.
I figured it was thematic.
You giving me a movie about a horrific space flight.
Wait, that's how it ends?
You gave me the movie without seeing the whole thing first? Also, this... Thank you for stopping by, Timberline. And yes, there is a moon landing happening. I'm going to be the first deer ever on the moon.
That we know of.
Not the first shark, though, apparently.
Potentially not. You are maneuverward now, by the way, so you can skip.
Yeah, I know. I was just discussing your lack of fucking Got it.
Yep, there it was. If you want to switch out of your map view, you can even look at the moon. Look at how close it is. It's going to feel so uncomfortable as you get closer to it.
Oh, not helping, Kitsy. Not helping.
I'm just preparing you for it. Don't worry, that discomfort's normal.
10 seconds till maneuver. 8-second burn time.
You're going to be losing the stage immediately. Watch your line. Good. Good burn, good burn. Okay, this is your holding position. From here, you're going to choose your landing zone, and when you decide to land. Before you do that, what I want you to do is go to your tracking center and just clear out any debris. Just to make sure your computer doesn't have any issues. Less things to process. Yeah, there's no others. Okay. Alright. So, land on the bright side of the moon first off, and the flag planting mission is to land in a mare. That is any of those big dark spots, like the one that you're currently over top of. So if you can land in one of those, that'd be ideal. Don't go for this one. You want way more run up. If you have to, give it a one rotation or go for the other one. Yeah. You never want to rush this. I think you grabbed the wrong thing. Just cancel that maneuver node and make a new one at this point. You don't want that in there. And then the other thing is you don't want to be hitting it at a super low angle. You kind of want to drop down on it as much as you can. So, like your maneuver shouldn't be that far back. Bring it closer to where you're trying to land. Just because if you're skimming the surface, it's even more awful to land.
Okay, give me a minute. Let me.
It's better. You're not burning very much delta V to make these maneuvers. Look at the required delta V for this. Lower gravity is working in your favor here.
Right. All right. Do you think that'll be a good landing?
That should be workable. Yes.
Think I can make it? Do you think I should drag it a little closer?
Yes, I think you should. Because you're gonna have to kill off that speed either way, so it's not like you're wasting fuel here.
I think that's acceptable.
That's comfortable, yes. Okay, now let me walk you through the strategy here. Because I don't want to do it once you're already in fall. First of all, quick save.
Alright, Kitsy, you've got 10 minutes. Tell me what I gotta do.
Alright, so the strategy here is you're going to complete this burn. And then the most efficient fuel use on a landing is using it all right before you actually land. Every time you burn to just slow yourself down mid-fall is effectively inefficient fuel. Okay?
Gotcha.
So
burn it all as much as you can before you land.
You want to burn as close to landing as possible.
Understood. Okay.
This is a bit of a daredevil mentality. So if you're not comfortable with that, we should have plenty of delta V for you to get home if you do a little bit of inefficient burning. The speed at which you want to hit the ground needs to be 13 meters per second or less.
Roger. 13 meters per second.
You'll be able to see that over on the left side. By the way, right now, switch your nav ball. So click the orbit meters per second, change it to surface. Okay. The reason we're doing that is we need to know your surface velocity, not your orbital velocity. They will be different, and surface is what's necessary for landing.
Opinions on KSP2 versus... This is actually my first time playing KSP2, so I've got no opinions. KSP1 was really fun, though.
You know what?
I'm gonna lose the voice mod here just because I think that it's been overplayed at this point, and I don't want people thinking I have just a shitty microphone. Okay, so honestly, my opinion is KSP2 is rapidly approaching the quality of KSP1's completed form. However, you gotta understand KSP2 is still in early access. It has a great trajectory. So I think KSP2 will easily surpass KSP1, but there's still a few things about it that are not as good as KSP1. So
hey, real quick, how do I?
My opinion. What's that?
How do I deploy my legs?
Top left hand is all of your quick actions. Gear is one of them.
Got you. Okay, so then
yeah,
I will be doing that during this descent. Got it.
Yeah, you could do it now. Like, there's no atmosphere, so it's not like it's going to cause any drag. All right. Now, hold on. So what did I cover? I covered efficient fuel, landing speed, which was what?
13 meters per second or
Correct.
less.
The other thing is, once you finish the burn, you're going to be pointing yourself retrograde. Because you've set yourself to surface, retrograde is effectively going to kill all horizontal and vertical speed simultaneously. So retrograde
I should retrograde instead.
No. Maneuver first, then after that is retrograde. Everything I'm telling you is after the maneuver.
After the maneuver, got it. Okay.
Okay. So yeah, retrograde is going to be your burn strategy. You're not going to switch it off of retrograde unless something goes horribly wrong. And what I mean by that is the most likely thing that you could do wrong is if you accidentally overburn and cause yourself to start rising again. It's going to be it's going to be very difficult to fix that. So do everything you can to not overburn. Do not make your speed 0.
Gotcha. Okay.
Okay. What is your thrust to weight ratio for right now? 7 point. That should be functional. That should be fine.
Okay.
When you do start your burns, you're gonna go full throttle, and then you're going to just throttle back to slow down your rate of speed change or your deceleration.
Got it. So I won't hit X. I'll hit Control to bring myself down.
I'm gonna leave it up to you to determine in certain situations which one to use. But at the very end, you're gonna want to throttle back until like you're basically just moving a little bit. Okay.
All right. Time to kiss the ground then. I think I got this. 13 meters per second.
Yeah.
Make sure to switch myself to retrograde once the maneuver is done and I'm going to be landing. And that'll give me the best opportunity.
Give me a second. I'm just validating that there's nothing else that I'm missing here.
1,300 meters.
You've got
1,300 meters a second.
No, and don't repeat what I'm saying. Let me just think this through. So you've got your ground distance already set. So that's not set to C, which is good. Okay. I'm gonna give you give you the instructions for if you do accidentally put yourself into an upwards motion.
Sip, sip, sip.
Yodi, now's not the time.
I'm drinking.
I need to walk her through this.
It's okay. I'll drink for us both.
Thank you. If you do put yourself in an upwards motion, I want you to burn extra. Especially if you put yourself in an upwards motion right close to the surface, I want you to throw yourself back up, and so that you have time to correct.
Gotcha.
Okay. And if there's ever an abort situation, what you're gonna do in an abort situation is you're just going to fire yourself straight up, and the easiest way to do that is switch your SAS to straight up. So the button at the top of your SAS wheel.
The up button. Yeah,
that one. You're going to click that and full throttle for a couple seconds. That should give you enough time to course correct and get another shot. Okay?
Okay, I think I got it.
That's it. That should be all you need.
All right. Here we go. Quick save.
To answer Timberline, if you want to just ignore this, Penelope. So yeah, KSP2 it has over the course of, I think, 2 major updates, it's already basically hit the same feature richness as KSP1. It's just that there's a couple parts of the game that are still kind of uncomfortable to use, like the
Hey,
maneuver
Chris,
system.
I'm gonna need focus here.
Okay.
This is gonna be a really hard one. I know. I don't mean to cut you off. I'm just.
No, that's all right.
Okay, bringing it in. Come on. Easy does it. Easy does it. Okay, switching over from maneuver to retrograde.
Right. Cancel your maneuver burn timer and switch to visual view. Now, you're going to get a little bit nervous as you get closer and closer to the surface. What I want you to do is trust your ground altitude meter. Okay?
Roger.
That
So
and your
I need to-
speed will give you an accurate representation of where you are, because the ground will look way closer than it actually is because you're not used to it.
This number needs to be 13 or less by the time I touch the ground.
Correct.
Right?
And so just
Okay.
gauge that based off of your altitude and how fast you're going.
Roger. Okay.
Don't be, like I said, don't be afraid to slow yourself down if you feel like you're not sure about your descent speed. Just don't do it too much.
I'm gonna bring myself in a little closer. I don't wanna sit here racking my nerves.
But yeah, like, those of you that are listening, you can kind of already hear, like, they've got the great groundwork for this game that KSP1 didn't have. Like, the music, I mean, if you're listening to this, the music changed depending on where you are and, like, what you're doing. And this is excellent music for a first moon landing, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna get below 10,000 and then I'm gonna start applying burn touches.
Yeah. What you can do is set yourself specific elevations that you want to be at specific speeds at. So say, for example, 10,000, bring it down to 300. 5,000, bring it down to 200. You know?
Yeah.
You've got a great thrust to weight ratio, so you should be comfortable with that final descent. Get a feel for how fast your speed changes. Chivesy Pie, thanks for the follow.
Wow. Hey, Mandy.
And thanks for the subscription with Prime. We appreciate it. Now, silence in the room.
Thanks, man. That's fine. Come on.
Let it get to 2,000 before you burn again.
No, I'm gonna kill it a little more.
No, you're fine. Let it get to 2,000 before you burn again. Trust me on this one. That altitude's not changing very fast. You're gonna have lots of time to correct when you get to 2.
Okay. Punching it.
Let 50 meters per second and then cut it. Cut it.
I know. I'm giving myself a little bit more.
You're fine. See, the ground's a lot further away than it feels like.
I know. Just give me more. Come on.
All right, so you still got 1,000 meters. You can let it fall some more. Give it till 500 before your next burn.
I'm just getting myself. No, I'm giving it a little more. You can do this. Give me a little more. Come on, quit picking up so much speed.
You're fine. Give it till 500. All right, burn.
Yeah, I have enough fuel to make it back, I think. I think I do.
You do.
Okay, let me see. Shit.
You're doing great. 100 meters.
I know. It's fine.
Don't touch it. Good.
Kit C, we have a successful landing.
That is excellent. You can't hear it over my mic, but the control room is going nuts right now.
Woo.
Guys, shut off the sports.
What?
Nothing. They're definitely applauding for you.
Oh, good.
The champagne bottles have been opened.
Street.
I think the R&D team has been pre-gaming. All right, take a moment to relax here, okay? Stretch.
No, I refuse.
And I'm gonna catch you up on the chat, okay?
Okay.
Oh
fuck
no!
me.
Shit!
What's wrong?
It was an ad break. Wrong
No!
timing ad break. That's all right. Just stick here. We'll be fine.
Yeah. Okay. Do I have a limited amount of oxygen or anything I've got to worry about?
No, you don't. We have a wizard on staff. You're fine.
Okay. Fuck me.
All right, everyone. This is a great moment to take a break.
Thank you, Mandy. Thank you. It's really wonderful to see you here, Chives. It's really great to see you. I don't know who Timberline is off the top of my head, but I feel like I do know them. So, thank you for showing up. This has been monumental. I've never actually landed on the moon in either KSB game, so it was really good. And Globe, you've also been wonderful.
I'm really hoping that if we continue this series, I can get you to all of the major bodies.
Jesus fuck.
Except the sun. We don't land on the sun.
Oh, yeah, not the sun.
Yeah, that is the domain of the gods, and if we do, we will incite their wrath.
They will unleash all of the space krakens.
Yeah, don't move around. Just take your hands off the controllers. Come on.
I know. I'm just bouncing a little bit because I think it'd be fun.
No, we gotta let the chat experience it. Come on.
All right. I will.
Okay. Best baked potato recipe. Yep. I'd give it to you, but it requires an illegal amount of jet fuel.
What? I need you to run that one by me again, Chief.
No, I'm not legally allowed to share it. That's the problem.
Ah, good. Okay, well, fair. Canadians and their goddamn jet fuel.
Yeah. It cannot melt steel beams, but it can make an excellent deep fried potato. Heck yeah. Not enough explosions? You came to the wrong stream. We do things right the first time. Except for those couple times where we definitely didn't do it right the first time, but Penelope got over that.
Space planes.
Hey, I can show you how to make a space plane in this game. Well, not a space plane,
a
normal plane. I mean, I got a normal plane to work in this game, but space planes are still kind of out of my realm of expertise.
I'll try playing with it a little bit off stream.
Yeah. I've got a few guidelines that seem to work quite well.
But honestly, it's really cool to see people coming out here. We had Dawn subscribe today. We had Chive subscribe. That's really awesome, honestly. Thank you all so much. I really, really appreciate your support. As I was landing on the fucking moon, that was really cool.
Hell yeah. I'm going to be right back and I grab some water.
Right.
Oh, hey.
Thank you so much for following, Timberland. I really appreciate that.
Heck yeah.
I feel like I know you. I just don't know. I'm not sure which one you are.
They're definitely from the server. That will not.
They're definitely from the server that shall not be named. But I appreciate you no matter who you are. Oh, it's Dust. It's wonderful to have you here. It's really awesome that I get to be surrounded not only by people who watch the stream, but also people who I consider friends to be able to watch me land on the moon. First deer on the moon. Chives, you'll be the first cat on the moon. You'll be in the Canadian space program. Your assignment's already in the mail. I'm also sorry, but they can't reconvene it. It's probably gonna be tomorrow. But the good news is it has great benefits. Excellent benefits. Dust can come too, if they want. What? While I'm chilling and waiting for Chris to come back, I'm gonna check the Discord for the server that shall not be named. Just to keep up on it. You know, Dust, I need to do some art of your Sona sometime. I actually have never done art of a protogen before, and I actually really enjoy your design for your Sona. So I'm gonna definitely do some art of that sooner or later. Probably like a little sketch.
Sorry, I had to use the washroom too.
No, you're good. You're good. I was just talking with peeps. Yeah. All right.
Hey.
Let's bring it back in.
Oh, it's Dust. Hey, Dust.
Yeah,
it's one of my favorite protogens. Okay.
Yeah, I was just saying I got to do art of their Sona sometime. I really do.
Heck yeah. All right.
I'm gonna walk back over to this rocket really quickly while we're
back on your screen.
Back. Okay. How do I plant a flag? I've got to know how to do that.
Right-click your Kerbin. Your Kerbinaut. And hover over the science button over on the left, and let's just see if you're... Yeah, you are in a mare. Perfect. I wasn't fully confident on whether or not I remembered what a mare was. By the way, in this game, there's no science for planting a flag. It's purely just to mark a location. Site sauce?
Mm-hmm.
What sauce is that? Is that the site?
The fantasy sauce.
Oh.
Wait, hang on. I'm gonna make this different. One small step for a Hindran.
Mm-hmm.
One giant leap for kobold kind.
Is kobold kind one word? Whatever.
No, they'd be koboldkin. Koboldkin.
All right, if you say so. Heck yeah. All right, let's grab some science.
Science.
F to grab? Yeah, you got it. Maybe get rid of your parts manager. That's blocking a lot. Hell yeah. Oh, you already got the data? Like the surface sample?
Yeah, I got it. I got it like right as soon as I got on the ground.
All right, board up. And you already grabbed the science for this as well. Okay, now it's just the same thing but in reverse. So be mindful. There's a lot less gravity here, so your ascent will actually be very easy. If you want to go to 100,000, that's totally cool.
All right, I'm just gonna... 3... Oh, hang on. 3, 2...
Yeah, good call.
1...
Okay. So, you made a classic blunder.
Hang on, load the save.
Okay.
Thank you, God. I have the foresight to fucking make that.
I'll be honest. One thing that this game has over KSP1 is the quick saves actually are pretty logical. They happen like when you enter a sphere of influence, when you land, so it's actually.
Hey, Rick.
Yeah.
Hey, Rick, if this is the first time you're catching, I'm so sorry. God damn it! You literally 11 out of 10 KSP experience. Yeah. Yeah, that's completely fair.
Yeah.
And I totally deserve that. Thank you.
You'll want to start orienting yourself towards the west. So notice where your north marker is. Yeah, you're on the right way. And down, down.
Down.
No, other way, other down. That way. So that line, follow that. Cut engines. Okay,
wrong?
Apoapsis is way higher than it should have been. Like I said, it's very fast here. Check your map. Let's start building out your maneuver. Yeah, so you see you, Pickle Rick. Hilarious. Oh, shoot. Apparently the orientation of the nav ball was different than what I'm used to. It was going in the opposite direction. Oh, it was set to orbit. Shit. It wasn't set to surface.
I set it to surface when I was landing.
When you got out and got back in, I think it reset. Yeah, that's fine. This actually won't matter too much. Just don't waste the fuel to return it back to normal. Just get it flat and actually don't even bother getting it flat. Don't even worry about it. Just whatever direction that is, that's fine. Just make it as wide as you can. No, don't reverse it. Don't reverse it. It's a terrible idea.
Very fair.
Okay, now take that and extend it until you exit Moon's sphere of influence. Because I think it's actually in the right direction for... Oh. Okay, now reduce that. No, no, other way. Other way. Oh. Actually, yeah, that's the right way. Keep going that way. And we're going to get it so that the periapsis is... Keep going. Actually, wait, what's the Kerbal periapsis at right now? Click it. Oh, that's perfect.
Okay. We're going home, everybody.
Hell yeah.
How the fuck am I going to slingshot like this? This is going to be a little weird.
I believe it makes sense in physics, but honestly, haven't actually gotten the degree, so not quite sure. You will be staging midway.
Okay. Hang on, wait, how does this fucking make sense? I don't...
Just don't worry about it.
Yeah, I'm not gonna worry about it.
You're moving from one sphere of influence to another, so that's why the line is wonky.
Okay, that's fair. There it goes.
And on your way back, you're going to double check that we got science at both high orbit and low orbit around Kerbal.
Got you.
Honestly, you've got enough fuel that we could just do this the right way, but fuck it, this way is way easier.
Okay, I cannot rely on this line. I've got to think about this. And oh no, wait, there it is.
No, the line's correct. Yeah.
Yeah, there it goes.
Okay.
Fucking right on target.
Close the burn timer and check your periapsis around Kerbal.
14,000.
Yeah, that's within the atmosphere. So this is going to be a what is it called? Air braking. This is going to be an air brake.
Okay, so I'm gonna fast forward a little bit ahead of time so I get this started.
Yeah, get out of the moon's sphere of influence, and then you can just check to see if you need the science. You do.
Got it.
Perfect. Okay, so you're gonna keep your Jesus. Stop.
Shit.
So, so you don't do that. You just, I don't know how you survived that shit. I think the game just like somehow manages to skip through you burning through the atmosphere. I'll admit, I don't blame you. I've made that mistake myself.
Okay.
Don't use the fast forward buttons at the bottom. Use the line. Fast forward to points on the line. It's way safer.
Chris, look. Chris.
Yeah.
It's been. Oh wait, that's 1 year till I get there. Wait a minute. How many years has it been?
No. So that's the universal time. You're on the first year and the 17th day of total time for the save file. Stop.
Okay.
All right. Since you've got the Delta V, let's make this a little easier on your craft. You're gonna do some burns before you get into atmosphere. So retrograde burns.
Retrograde burns. Got it. Switching to retrograde. Fuck. At least I know I'm relaxed.
Uh-huh.
Okay, starting a retrograde burn.
This is the first lesson of space travel. You don't relax until you are on solid ground.
Okay, so I'm gonna kill it.
No, you can burn a significant amount. You've got lots of Delta V. Like that you are effectively like safe now. Just don't fucking do the speed warp again.
I won't. Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, I think my current save file, the one where I've basically reached the end of the game, I've got like a couple missions left, but they're really non-essential. Still trying to figure out how I'm gonna land 10 Kerbals simultaneously on Eve, but whatever. Okay, stop burning, and let yourself get closer before you start burning again. But yeah, mine is at universal time 100 years. So, yeah. Almost home.
We're getting there.
What you don't want to do is you don't want to enter the atmosphere and go full burn and go and start getting a heat cone with your fuel tank still on you, because that would be bad. Oh hey, someone's playing Tabletop Simulator.
Ah, god damn it.
All right, burn. This engine's not enough for you to use in atmosphere. You gotta bleed that speed out of atmosphere. You can time warp while you're burning with in this case, just not super fast.
I don't like how fast I'm coming up on that world.
Yeah, I know, right? Just keep an eye on your elevation. 70,000 is where your 70 kilometers, excuse me, is where your the atmosphere starts. So
I'm gonna kill it. Yeah, fuck it.
So you left the engine on.
Yes. And you need to give me a little smooch goodbye. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. All right. Just keep yourself retrograde and settle in for the roller coaster. And the reason why I'm so confident in just aero braking is I've done this maneuver from significantly higher speeds than this. Like not from the moon, not from Minmus, but from like another planet.
Locked retrograde.
And this heat shield is capable of taking everything you throw at it. So yeah, there's basically no risk with a full heat shield.
Heat shield is nice, yeah.
Yeah. You gotten way too confident.
I'm home.
Ablative heat shield tech? Exactly.
Hard times come again no more. Many days you have lingered around my cabin door. Oh, hard times come again no more.
Hey, shush. Copyrighted.
That is not copyrighted. That's free. That's free use.
Is it?
It's hard times come again no more. Yep, that song's old as dirt.
Oh, I don't recognize it. All right. All right. Welcome home. You've landed on the moon and come back.
Woo!
Hooray. Jeez, I feel like we don't have the energy to truly celebrate, but you did it. That was awesome.
Yeah. We get pulled back in.
Now,
yeah,
now you're gonna
nice
see
to
just
that.
how much science you acquired. It was a lot. And go to mission control. No, mission control first. You gotta get the science from there before you truly look at your numbers.
Oh, Jesus! I already have a ton of it. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Hooray! You're on the moon.
Thanks, science.
Yeah. Plant the flag. We got the eccentric orbit. God damn.
I'll worry about this in a minute.
Yeah. So you can basically unlock the entirety of Tier 1 if you want to, though when I ran through it, I actually skipped a few things because I knew I wouldn't need any of their parts, and so I didn't want them cluttering up in my my build menu. But that was all Tier 1, and you can even go into Tier 2 a little bit.
Yeah.
You should look at the parts you're unlocking here.
Ooh, nice, the gumball.
So you're getting a
There's
bunch
a
of medium
three-seater.
parts now.
Yeah.
Medium heat shield. Hell yeah.
Nice. Okay, that is a hang on, fucking save game.
You got more science though, and finish unlocking your shit.
I know. I just want to save really quickly. I just wanted to make sure that's
quick save and quick load works even outside of flying.
cool. Well, I think we're good. I think we should call the stream
Okay.
right there before I do anything else.
All right.
Because we've been going on. This is the longest stream we've ever had.
It just might be, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, thank you all so much for watching us accomplish this momentous feat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Loads of feats.
We might continue playing this. So if you wanted to keep up to date on what games we're playing next, consider joining our Discord, discord.gg/fantasysauce. The link is also in the description below, both in Twitch and in YouTube. As well, consider subscribing. If you liked what you saw here and want to support what we're doing, subscription's the best way to do it. And otherwise... Oh, if you're on YouTube, you can subscribe too.
We still love you, even if you're on YouTube.
Yeah, but your money's worth nothing there, so I mean.
Wow. Thank you all so much for watching. If indeed you still are, we've been Fantasy Sauce all together.
Yeah, and we will
Thank
see
you.
you on Monday. We haven't decided what we're playing yet on Monday, but join us on Monday.
Yeah, we will figure it out. And thank you and good night.
Good night, everyone.